What's up, everybody? How you guys doing? Let me just make sure here that this stream is going and saying please sign in to view. But I just want to make sure you guys can see me and hear me, and we will begin. I'll start. I got some announcements and everything. Give me a thumbs up if you guys can see me and hear me, and we'll jump in. All right, yeah, we're looking like we're pretty good here. All right, so first announcement, guys, California's on fire. Basically, the whole West Coast is on fire. I woke up like 3 days ago and it smelled like smoke in our house. That's how intense it was, and it still smells like smoke right now. I've been having to wear a mask inside, and we went as far as gaff taping our door shut, our front door, because I think the smoke was seeping in through the cracks of the front door, and it's getting in somehow, but like it's all orange outside and like foggy looking outside. Yeah, not a good time for California or Oregon, or yeah, it's rough. It is certainly rough. Not a good way to wake up for the last 3 days, but it's pretty crazy. So, all right, guys, what are we doing today? I'll go over. Yeah, let's go over this real quick. So basically, I just finished tactical 3 loads over at Corridor, and geez, that took about 6 months. That took a long time. A lot of back and forth with the edit, a lot of VFX. I think there was like 86 VFX shots split up between myself, Ren, Matt, and Peter. And you know, after 6 months of crunching on a video, it's gonna be really nice to do what we're doing today, which is creating a very satisfying loopable animation or a simulation, right, inside of Cinema 4D. You guys have seen them. They're all over Instagram and stuff. Like, it's all the stuff with like the ball on the pendulum going through that hole perfectly as everything's rotating. And they get really advanced. They get super, super advanced. So basically, for a crew video, what Nick asked myself, Peter, and Ren to do is to challenge each other. We're competing against each other, myself, Peter, and Ren. And the goal is to who can make the most satisfying render, right? So that's what we're doing today. We'll see how far we can get. I don't know if I'm going to get through all of this because I have an idea, and I'll walk you through the idea. But before we do that, guys, I am actually very, very excited to let you guys know that there is a sponsor for today's live stream, for today's video, and that is Parsec. And if you guys don't know, so Parsec is basically like a remote desktop application that allows you to access a computer, like in my case at work, at Corridor in the studio, and have super seamless integration with that computer. So if I were to just like show you guys real quick, this is Parsec down here. And the coolest thing is that like I've been using this program before they reached out to me. So when they did reach out to me, Max over at Parsec, huge shout outs to you, man. Super cool guys. They're really, really nice over there. So I was quite thrilled when they did reach out because I'm using the program anyway, and I really do love it. So if I want to like connect into my computer in the office, it's super simple. You just open it up here, and you can go like full screen mode and everything, and you know, basically just hop into your computer like you would. You can edit, you can open up DaVinci, you can open up Cinema 4D, and it's actually really nice. The Parsec was set up originally as like a way to game with other people. It's not meant for gaming, but it was originally set up for gaming. So you can do remote gaming if you're away on vacation. Say your parents, in my case, I have family in Atlanta, so I'll go to Atlanta on Christmas or Thanksgiving, but I can still tap in to my work, you know, to my home computer, my home studio, and have full access to all the programs. So I don't have to bring a beefy laptop out to Georgia anymore. I can just Parsec in to this computer and, you know, create all my renders and stuff, or even live stream. So a cool thing actually, so Parsec is free. It's a free program for you guys. I highly recommend you use it. Andre Librov is the guy who made me aware of Parsec and then Daniel in our studio was the one who's like, hey guys, we should use Parsec because everyone's working remote from home. I hadn't used it for games yet. I mostly use it for just, tapping into my work computer. I can get extra renders done and then, tap out, right? So you just go boom, disconnect, and then you're back on your computer here and you can bust out another render. So you're working 2 times as fast. So I've been using it for, for animation, for creating, for putting out tactical 3-loads. I'm parsecing into my work computer every single day. But here's the thing. They actually came out with Parsec Warp, which is their paid service. It's $10 a month, $100 for the year. And I'm actually super amped about this because not only does it allow you to use 2 monitors, right? So Warp allows you to use a dual monitor setup. You can switch between displays whenever you want. But also, it supports the Wacom tablet. And if you guys know, I'm using a tablet all the time, and it has seamless support for the tablet, which is huge for me. It is absolutely a must, right? I don't even own a mouse. So it's just crazy that Parsec is like so on top of it. And not only that, but they have support for 444 full color. So you get really, really nice, accurate color, pixel per pixel. It's down to the pixel here. So they're really allowing creators like myself and like you guys to take advantage of, any other computers that are lying around. If you have an office computer, a work computer, if you're away, you can tap in to your home computer. And they're allowing us to create the most accurate work possible with their program. And the craziest thing too, 0 latency. So you don't even know, like you'll forget, when you tap in and you full screen. When you tap in and you're in your full screen, you'll forget that you're in Parsec. I need to shut down. All right. So that's it, guys. Parsec is incredible. I absolutely love it. We want to do a thing actually where it's cool because you can go to like the arcade mode, right? If I go to arcade, I can actually basically make Cinema 4D available to you guys so we can work in C4D together. So maybe there's some cool stuff we can do in the future with that. And also maybe next time I can create some art just in Parsec and everyone will forget I'm using it because it's so seamless. But yeah, that's Parsec. Go check them out. There's a link in the description if you guys want to sign up for Warp. Otherwise, it's free. Just, jump in, play some games with friends, work on some work, get double renders going. It's a good time, guys. But I appreciate you. Thanks to Parsec. Thanks for you guys coming down here and checking out the stream. Arnie, yo, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you so much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. So for those of you guys just hopping in, all right, we're going to make a seamless, loopable render here inside of Cinema 4D, but you can use whatever program you want. All the tips that I'm talking about here, you can apply to Blender. I know a lot of you guys are in Blender. So we basically, we came up with a list of things that make a render satisfying, right? So let me show you guys the list I made and the things that I want to include in my render here. So we go to ideas and we've got a whole bunch of stuff here, but basically I want this thing to loop seamlessly. It's very satisfying when it loops seamlessly. What's satisfying to me as well is when you have like a perfect fit. Something fits perfectly into a space. That's very satisfying for me. Having that ASMR sound design is very satisfying to me. So I want to include that into this render. I want to feel like I can touch all the things in the render that I create, and I want to feel like I just want to be there, So I'm definitely going for that. I'm going for super realistic textures. I'm going to make basically a Japanese Zen garden space here. So if we look at what I have set up so far, we're just orbiting around this Zen garden. So this is going to be, my plan is to have a rake here, raking a pattern in the sand, and then back here you're going to have another broom flattening out and smoothing out the surface again, right? And then we have this little water thing here. You guys have seen these, ba-boonk, right? wooden bridge. That's the teapot from the last stream. I want to throw in, like, the rakes are the biggest thing, right? Creating the pattern in the sand is something I really want to do. I also want to have a giant, like, wooden mallet that swings back and forth and hits a bell. Maybe over here in the center of the frame, I think, could be cool. But you definitely want to have a lot of motion, a lot of loopable motion. And the way I'm looping this, if you guys notice, this does loop. You'll see the teapot pop out here. It'll boop, right? But the path is looping. So basically, the way I have this set up, I was doing a little bit of research yesterday. If I hop out of camera here, I'm using Octane, right? It's basically just a tube, okay, that I have flattened. So that's like a little road. I briefly modeled this just out of primitives, cylinders and whatnot. These are all placeholders. I want to kind of rough my animation into place before I start adding like the legit stuff, you know? So I'm going to probably model the bell, and I'm going to do like that wooden mallet that's swinging. I'll place those, and then I'll place the rake and the broom that's flattening out the gravel again, right? So once I place everything, then we can actually start filling it in legit, and then lighting it and texturing it. Again, I'll get as far as I can today, but I'm going to be working on this on Monday as well, on my work time at Corridor. So how do you make it seamless? How do you make it loopable? That's the whole point of this, right? So I watched a few tutorials over the week, and basically the idea here is that you want your first frame 0, to mimic your final frame. So if I go, for example, if I hit Control D, I'll notice that right here my FPS is 24 frames a second. And I think it's 24 times a certain number will get you 720. All right, so I'm at 720 frames to make up my full animation. And if I scrub through here, you can see we're just circling around. I just have a camera on a null, and that null is doing just a 360 basically. Another tip here, when you're animating the camera, you don't want any easy ease frames to smooth in and smooth out. You just want it to be linear. So in Cinema 4D, you can again hit Control D and go to, let's see, where would it be? Key interpolation, and set your quaternion interpolation. Set that to linear. It's by, wait, hold on. Sorry, that was wrong. I'm in the wrong spot. Your interpolation set to linear right there. So by default, it's set to spline. That's going to be your easy ease keyframes, meaning it'll just start at 0 and go whoop, and smooth into motion. But if you set it to linear, it's just going to go right into motion. And Sid, yo, thank you for the super chat, brother. Really appreciate it. Your guys' support means a lot. It helps out a lot. A lot goes into setting these streams up. It's not my work time, it's my personal time. So it's very, very helpful. You know, I love doing this anyway, but your guys' support is absolutely very, very helpful. So thank you, Sid. I appreciate you. Okay, yeah, so back in. We want to make it loopable, right? We have our linear keyframes, and basically it's this. Your first frame wants to look exactly the same as your last frame. In this case, we have a teapot here, which I might move later, but it's not going to loop, right? Because the teapot is going to boop, it's going to pop out. Now, obviously, we're getting this bridge that pops in, but it's actually out of the bounds of our frame here. This dark gray portion is not included in our render. So the way to fix this little teapot situation is pretty simple. It's the same way I set up the this little water fixture here. I think it's called a shishi odoshi or something like that. I think. Cloner, yeah, shishi odoshi. But let's take this teapot, all right? And we want to clone this teapot, a radial clone on the teapot. So let me hop out of the camera, and we just want to make sure that our first frame looks like our last frame. So our first frame needs the teapot, meaning we start over here. We're doing like a full 180. If you look at the camera, it's doing basically a full 180. So we need the teapot on that side as well in the same exact spot. And what I found to make it really easy is to use a radial cloner. So let's set this up. So the teapot and the T set, right? Boom, we're cloning the T set. If I use the axis center tool, I can basically execute and move the gizmo right to the center of of this group of models here. So I'm including all children and I'm using all objects, and I execute. We can zero that out. All right, and then let's center this to 0. So I'm just going to zero out all of this stuff here. So it's sitting right in the middle. Okay. And you'll notice the gizmo is up there. We want to bring the gizmo down on the floor here. So I'm going to take that Y and just move it all the way down, execute, and then boom, now it's sitting on the floor. Okay. And with the T set selected, I'm going to hold Alt and then hit this little button here. This is the cloner tool. And it's cloning things the wrong way. We don't want it like that. We want, instead of a grid array, we want a radial clone. And that's too many teapots for now. We can always come back. I'll set it to 2. And another thing I want to do for performance is set instance to multi-instance. And that's going to make this render a lot faster. It's going to save us a lot of frames in our viewport. Now I'll take the radius, bring it up, and then I'll hop back into camera, and we'll find our start frame. I want the teapot basically here. So let's go ahead and offset this so it's sitting like right at the beginning of this bridge. And you'll notice, well, one thing here, we're going to fix this. I guess there's this little piece here that's at the bottom that we don't want. But our first frame is exactly the same as our last frame, minus that little janky little thing right there. All right? And that's how we're going to get that perfect seamless loop. Anything else in the middle, all of this stuff here in the middle is fair game. We can do whatever we want as long as our first and last frame match. Okay? So let's fix this little jankiness down here. I don't know what happened. Looks like this is being shifted around for some reason. I don't know why. Okay, apparently it's taking the... Just a little bit of glitchiness there. So I'm going to reset it, hop back in. All right, so this is definitely, this is correct. Why it's doing that, I'm not sure. I might have to put it into a connect, or I can maybe just put it into another null. So I'm going to hold Alt, put it into another null, and it looks like it's still janking out. Okay, so maybe what we need to do is, let's see if we can't mess with any of these cloner settings. See, this is the thing with the live stream. It's not a produced video, so I'm running into these little problems here, you know, and I gotta fix them. Gotta fix them live. Okay, so let's see what's messing with this teapot. Clones, random, blend, sort. All right, so I'm just kind of poking around here. Multi-instance. All right, I set it to render instance, and now those pieces went somewhere else. So for some reason, it looks like it's only cloning. It's not cloning these little rivets that we made on our last stream. For some reason, it's really weird. What if I just set it to instance? If I set it to instance, it's working properly. That's so weird. I mean, it's not, I don't think it's really taken up. Yeah, our frame rate is still 150 frames a second. We only have 2 of these teapots, so it's not that big of a deal. I'll call that the fix for now, okay? But again, we'll notice first frame, last frame, first frame, last frame. There's no difference between them, and that's how we're going to get that loop. All right, so I basically just want to populate this with some cool stuff, and then we'll come back in and we'll like actually throw down some bamboo here and make it look legit, right? But I like this motion here. It's very dynamic, right in your face here with this little water feature. I want to have a bell with a swinging, basically like a swinging little mallet or something, right? And yeah, there's going to be a full video on this challenge on the Corridor Crew channel, so you guys will see everyone's process. It'll be a fun video to watch, most definitely. But let's hop out and see if we can't get like some sort of temple bell in the middle here. Let's go into like a side view, and again, I'm gonna rough this in. Okay, we can get the clean model later, but I just want to do this for placement. So very quickly, I'm gonna take this and kind of model like roughly model a bell, something like that. Okay, and then we're just gonna go down the middle on the 0 on the z-axis, and then let's just kind of smooth these out. We don't want, if I go to the move tool and hold shift, let's see, why are you not, oh, because I got two things selected. It's always with that troubleshooting, man, always with the troubleshooting. This point we want to be right on the y-axis, so we'll 0 that out. Boom. Okay, and then to get these 2 points in line with each other, you can eyeball it, or you can just like copy and paste the y-axis number into this one here, or you could take both of them, select both those points, and scale them down basically until they hit 0, and then they'll be on the same plane. All right, and then you can go in here again, hold shift, and just work that point a little bit. Same for here, right? So we want to take this one. We don't want that Bezier curve, but we want this right on the y-axis, so we'll 0 that out. Now we can throw like a lathe on this. So holding Alt, I'll come in here, boom, lathe it. So now we have like a bell kind of feature. We don't need to go into detail right now and like make it hollow. We certainly don't need to do that right now. But this will be in the middle, and it's going to be hanging from probably some sort of rope or something, or like structural support. So I'm just going to model this briefly, right? We'll use wooden beams here to make sure that this is like nice and sturdy and fit in place. So we'll take that, hold Control, hold Shift. So Control is going to duplicate it. Shift is going to snap the angle here. Holding Control to duplicate again. Let's take both of those cubes. Holding Control to duplicate, Shift to snap those angles, right? So we have this kind of structure here. And then I'm going to do, let's see, let's take this guy, and we're going to move here. Let me hit NB is going to get you into a different shading mode so you can see what you're doing a little bit better. Let's make the cube editable, hit L, and that's going to just enable the axis, so I can move just the axis right there. Holding Control. Oh, not working because we need to deselect the axis mode. Boom. Yep. Holding Control, it'll duplicate that. Holding Shift will snap it at the 5-degree angle marks. Holding Control again to duplicate, Shift for snapping. Or maybe we can just eyeball that one. Yeah, that's good. Shift to select both, Control to slide right into place. All right, and then I'm just gonna throw down like a floor and give it, let's move it down a little bit. And I'll just give it a rough kind of sandy texture just so we can actually see what we're doing a little bit better. Awesome. And let's just quickly texture some stuff here just for the viewport. I'm not looking to do anything legit here. All right, so I'm just gonna briefly color this stuff. Right, the bell can be like a dark gray. And then we got this bamboo thing here, which maybe we can add some green to this. Freshly cut bamboo. Same for this path. You know, or maybe the path is like a little darker. Yeah, same for this guy. Cool, so we're just getting a rough idea of what this is going to look like. Now, I want to be able to see this bell, and we're definitely not seeing it here in the in our animations. So maybe what we can do is, like, when we get to maybe this point here, we can take the camera, and with the camera selected, you should be able here. Control-Shift-Z will undo camera movements. Yeah, Sotomonte, for sure, doing like a tilt shift effect with the depth of field would be super cool. And everyone, hey, give a shout out to Sotomonte. He's the moderator on the Discord server as well as these streams here. So big shout outs to Sotomonte. And he does put together the time codes because these videos are long, right? So when they get re-uploaded to YouTube, when I'm done, Sotomonte will actually take note here as I'm doing this live and give you guys time codes with different parts of the lesson so you can easily maneuver back and forth through the video. So shout outs to Sotomonte for that. But let's go ahead and I'm just going to go to the, let's see. I'm going to hide the floor for a second because I think, let's see. If I select the camera, there we go. Holding Alt, I can just kind of like move around like this. And we're going to just glance here at this bell, which will get hit by a swinging mallet. Something like that. And we'll make a keyframe. So let me undo that. I needed a keyframe at the beginning and the end. We'll have a keyframe for the camera, okay? And then again, we'll go to this midpoint where we want it again. Selecting the camera, holding Alt, we can tilt up and see the bell. Make that keyframe. Why is it not doing? So weird. I think this is just like really basic stuff I'm just missing out on here. All right, so our first and last frames are still nice and symmetrical here. I just want to frame out the ground here. Awesome. Now let's try this again. Let's select the camera, and I'm actually going to turn on the auto keying option here. I'll make a keyframe. I'll go to the last frame and I'll make a keyframe. And then let's just try this again. I'm going to select the camera, tilt up. It makes a keyframe. There we go. Okay, so if I play through, let's see what it looks like. Now, automatically it's going to be tilting up a little too fast. and it's tilting up too far. And it's a linear keyframe. We actually want to smooth that one out. Because I want to be back down here, right? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit Shift F3. Shift F3 will bring us to the actual timeline here. So if I full screen this, let's take a look. Actually, here, let's not full screen it. Let's take a look at what is actually happening here. Okay, so this keyframe right here is the camera keyframe. So our camera is moving. The rotation is being keyframed, specifically this guy right here, okay? So actually I want to push this a little further. Let's see, let's zoom in on this point in the timeline. Select the camera again. Make sure we're on that frame. I'm going to hit F and G to go back and forward by 1 frame. With the camera selected, I'm just going to probably get to this point right here. That's probably fine for the bell. And since auto keying is on, we don't have to like press anything else. And let's just take that keyframe and move it back a little bit. There's going to be a lot of trial and error, walking things in. And I want to smooth this out. You see how it like hits very hard here? Boom. Need to smooth that guy out. So Shift F3 will get us into our timeline editor, our keyframe editor. I'm going to select this keyframe right here, and I'm going to make it an easy ease keyframe. So hopefully we should see, yep, these lines here are just very linear. So I'm going to select these. We'll do, for the camera, we'll do what's the best way to do this? I'm wondering if make a keyframe for the camera here and a keyframe for the camera here. That's going to give us like a little buffer, a little area to mess with these keyframes. So I can set this to easy ease, these to easy ease, and then we can really smooth this out. So I'm going to just, let's see here, what's the best way to do this? Just going to bring these handles in. Or I'll bring these guys in. Hold on one sec. The door is taped shut and I got to open it here for my girlfriend once, or fiance actually. Good luck. I did in fact propose, and she said yes. So let's take these frames here and holding shift, I want this to just be a very gradual kind of lift here. Let's see what that looks like. So we're slowly tilting away from the gravel here up to the bell and back down. I still think it's not quite right, so we're gonna need to keep moving this in. I'm going to actually delete these keyframes and these keyframes. I'll make this an easy ease keyframe. And if you hold control, it'll actually lock on this axis. You can't move it up and down. So let's try that. Holding shift, actually holding control, yeah, will get us right in there. We want this to kind of be abrupt, but not too abrupt. It's almost a bell shape, if you guys notice that. So I'm bringing it right in. I'll bring this handle right in. Let's see what that looks like. Steven, thanks for the super chat, dude. I appreciate it. That'll get her like a couple tea drinks or something that she really likes. So thank you so much, man. That's awesome. All right, there you go. You see how it kind of like lurches up pretty quickly. I think it's still a little too much, but I like how it gets down here in time. All right, so let's just try and smooth that out real quick. Something like that. Chris, yo, thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Super exciting. Might get married probably next year. Hopefully, if all this coronavirus situation is done for, but we will see. We will see. All right, so we're looking down here on the gravel. We want to stay down here on the gravel for some time, and then we tilt up. And that's why we have those really long easy ease keyframes. We tilt up to the bell. You'll see the line boom, and it'll come back. And then we're back down on the grass here, or on the gravel, to see the water feature hit just in time, right? And Eric, dude, thank you all for these freaking super chats. Engagement Bucha, much appreciated, man. Actually, I'm gonna get some kombucha right now. Y'all are the best. Thank you. I'll keep playing this. I'll loop this for y'all. I know that this little piece here doesn't loop properly, but we're going to fix that. I'm going to fix all that stuff. I like that. One bucha, two straws. So dumb. All right, so I got... This is the black label, all right? This means we're getting turned, all right, on this stream. It's above 0.5% alcohol content, so watch out, guys. It might get crazy. All right. All right. This is gonna be awesome. I'm really excited about this this render here. So the radial cloner is really going to help us like get all this stuff into place and make sure everything is symmetrical and seamless. So there's this moment here where it kind of jerks up, whoop, right there. Let me see if I can get rid of that. So it's probably the Y here. Maybe just like I'll open this up a little bit more. Maybe it's the X too. I like the way it goes back down, so I'm going to hold shift, so I just work on this one. Let's see what that does, all right? Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed Tactical 3 loads. That was a lot of work. Yeah, I like this movement. This movement feels good to me. It's nice and smooth, and then it comes back down just in time to get that water feature. Ba-boonk. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. All right. So let's animate this swinging, this like swinging knocker thingy here. So let's hop out of camera view and let's do a cylinder. Bring it up here. Hold shift, rotate, so it's snapping to the 90. See how it's snapping every 5 degrees? We want it to snap to 90. We'll bring this in like this, make it a little bit longer, and it's going to basically swing in and go boom and come back this way. And it's just going to loop, boom. I want it to be really peaceful. Again, going for that sound design element as well. Y'all, Ian, Jimmy, thank you so much for these super chats. You guys are so kind. Oh, yay. Yay, 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 yay. I'm so excited. Yeah, finally. We've been together for like, we've been back together for 3 years. I initially broke up with her in the beginning after about 4 months. And it's actually a pretty nuts story because I had broken up with her because I was feeling like I was so busy. I was working like 8 jobs at once. And I was like, you know what? Like, I'm just not feeling this right now. I'm working too much and my mind is focused on work. I mean, I'm still focused on work here, obviously, but I've learned a whole lot in the last 4 years, right? So basically what happened was I broke up with her and 2 months went by where I was just fine because I was working constantly, just like consumed with work. That was all I did. And I kind of used it as a way to forget, you know? And then we decided to meet up and just kind of like have some sort of closure, right? And she let me have it. She was like, yo, this is ridiculous. You know, here's all the things I'm seeing in you. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I kind of blew it, you know, I really did. And that's when I started going to therapy. And that's when I started working on myself, like actually working on myself, because the way I saw it, it was like I made a big mistake. I love her very much. And like she has everything that I would want in another partner to be with for the rest of my life, that I want to like raise kids with and everything. And you know, so basically from there I was like, crap, I gotta fix my stuff here, and I want to get back together with her, but I don't want to get back together for the wrong reasons. I want to get back together because I know that I love her and I know that I want to be with her, not because I'm feeling sad from a breakup. So it was actually one of the hardest times that I've had to go through, where I took 7 months away. We were broken up for 7 months. And it had to be that long for me. It had to be that long because I had to know, I had to basically know the difference between sadness from just a general initial breakup and sadness from specifically being away from her, right? So in that time, I went to Bali, I did yoga teacher training, like I went to Japan, I went to Taiwan, and I just went on this adventure and basically like tried to clear my mind and get away from all of that stuff, but it kept coming back, you know, I kept thinking about her, and it got to the point where it was like 7 months had gone by and I hadn't been healed at all. After all this time I've been taking off, after all the like yoga, meditation, spending time with friends, all that stuff, like it didn't help. And it didn't help also that we had similar friends, and I just, you know, she would be around and it would just be plaguing me. But eventually, you know, she was incredible and kind enough to give me a second chance. And the therapy actually helped a whole lot and helped me realize like all of the negative things that I was doing to basically I needed a fix, right? So I'm still going to therapy. I've been going for like 4 years, about 4 years. It's been crazy. Very, very helpful. And yeah, now we got engaged. So that's kind of the brief story, right? You know, like I'm still working on things. We're both still working on things. And I realize that we'll always continue working on things until we die, until the end of our lives. You will be working on yourself as a person and growing as a person. And in a relationship, there is no perfect fit. I have learned this. There is no perfect fit, and there is no perfect person, in the sense that you're not going to argue, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you're going to argue over dumb stuff. Like, for sure, you're going to get stressed out. You'll take it out on each other. There'll be moments where, like, you know, you go through ups and downs. There are ups and downs in life, obviously, and you're going to be going through them together. and you have to constantly work on each other and with each other to make the relationship work. You have to maintain it like anything, like a garden, like a, you know, like you have to work out. Same thing. You have to maintain your relationship with the person, and you're changing and growing throughout all this time. And there will be fights, there will be arguments, but your dedication to that other person is there, and you're dedicated to that person despite the arguments and all that stuff. So that's definitely something I learned through all of this. So yeah, that's kind of the story in a nutshell. And y'all are awesome. Thanks for the super chats and everything, and the really nice comments. Now we do have just again, yeah. Sanjeeth, thank you for the super chat. Sepwin, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining the stream. Thanks for hearing me out. Sotomonte, what if it pivots on the wooden frame? We're gonna fix that. All right, we're gonna fix it all. Let's fix the wooden frame real quick. Let's fix the wooden frame. So we'll come back to the little knocker. All that needs to happen with the wooden frame is this, guys. We just delete these four corners, okay? We put this main pillar, we'll put that in the middle, X and Z, so it's sitting right in the middle. We're gonna hold Alt, throw it into a cloner. We can turn off this auto key. Let's make it radial. Let's set it to XZ, should be right. But yeah, we'll set it there. Count 4. Radius. We'll get that going. Boom. And then we want to rotate it offset by 90 degrees to get those corners. Or rather, how's this, what is it, 45 degrees? I think? No, that's not right. We want to clone this. Let's see. Yeah, 45 degrees. So they're on the corners. And then we want to rotate, so we'll transform on the Y or on the Z by 45 degrees. So now they're kind of in place, right? And this is rough. We can walk this in a little bit later. But now it's perfectly symmetrical, right? So when we go into camera and we go to frame 0 and frame 0 and the end frame minus this cylinder, which I'll just delete for a second, you can see that it's perfect. This isn't changing. This log right here is not changing, all right? All right, so now let's get that little knocker going. Lars, this is one of the best motivational speeches I've seen on YouTube. That's hilarious, dude. Yeah, I learned a whole lot through that whole process, man. It was crazy. Still learning. Still learning. Should I give time to learning Substance Designer? Saransh. I mean, I think it's cool. Do you think it'll grow your value? Do you think it'll make you a better artist? Then I'd say go for it if you have the time. It's really fun. I've been in it for like just 2 weeks. I need to get back to it, but yeah, it's a good time in Substance. Okay, let's get the knocker. Let's get this swinging knocker. How are we gonna do this thing, right? So we want a cylinder, rotate 90, pull it back, get that radius down, pull it out like this, and let's just roughly animate this in, okay? So it's gonna be something like this, where it's going to, we want to make a keyframe here. We'll pull it back. It'll go back there, and then I'm gonna hold Control, Shift F3, right? We'll pull up the timeline, or go Window, Timeline, and we want this cylinder. We want to look at this cylinder specifically. That's our start frame for the cylinder, our start keyframe. I'm gonna hold Control, duplicate it, pull it back. Right about there, yeah? Okay, so what that's gonna do, it's gonna come in, bonk, and go back. So really what we want though is we want that to be like, you want it to swoop in like, boom, and come back. So we do want easy ease keyframes on this guy, right? So let's do a thing here. Let's select all these guys. We'll set it to easy ease. We'll drop this down. We're moving the position along the X axis, zooming in further. I really want to basically, let's see what that looks like just by default. What does that look like? Boom. I want it to go even slower. So it's like, it's kind of moving in like this and then coming back. I want it to go bing and back, right? So we need to adjust this line to replicate that. So let's just move. Actually, I think, can you just like, yeah, we'll open it up, right? Something like that. Let's select just this front guy and this back guy, and let's see what that does, okay? So that's not bad, but I think we need to do it the other way around. I think we need to take these end ones don't really matter because they're out of frame. But if this front one here, we open that up. Suyog, again, thank you for the super chat. I think that's your second one, isn't it? No, that was the first one. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you very much. Thank you, thank you. Y'all are the best. Good times all around. We're learning stuff. We're getting advice. It's a good time. All right, so let's check it. So it comes, boom, and then it goes back. Yeah, that's cool. I'm feeling that. So let's go into camera and line it up with camera. So we're tilting up. All right, and let's get this cylinder. Let's put it in a null object, and I'm just going to drop it down. The reason I put it into a null object is so that it keeps its whoa. Okay, that obviously did not work. All right. Maybe here's what we do. Go into the editor again. We take that Y and the Z, because we're only animating it on the X axis, right? So we'll take the Y and the Z and delete. We don't need those keyframes. It's just the X axis we're animating. So now we can take the cylinder and actually move it down here. Boom. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I like that a lot. And then let's try and lower the bell a little bit. So we'll grab the bell, which is the lathe, and we'll just bring it down to like here, so that we can maybe bring our knocker down just a little bit more. Bing. And it comes back. That's going to be sweet. And we're back down here with the water fixture. Yeah, that's super cool. I'm digging that. Suyog with another super chat. Appreciate you. So, all right, Soto, I hear you. You say it needs to overshoot a bit to push the bell. Agreed. You probably wouldn't see it though from here. Like this, when it's hitting, technically it's hitting here, will probably look the same as this, you know, because we're stacked behind it. If it's from the side, yeah, you'll see the difference. If it's from like straight up like this, you'll see the difference. But because it's from this angle, you're not really going to notice the difference. And also we can just vibrate the bell, you know, and animate the bell as needed to give that effect. And I might do some sort of like shockwave down here where it kicks up some dust and dirt, right? I think that would be super cool. Who's listening to the ambient playlist? Holla. Yo, I'm listening to the ambient playlist right in the freaking bone phones right now. Let's get this bucha going, and we'll keep working on our looping Zen Garden animation. I'm going to just loop this for y'all while this thing goes. Y'all are nice with these super chats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated, Robin. I see you. I got you, man. Constantly trying to learn and grow. We're learning and we're growing together. That's my catchphrase. I figured, finally got to have a catchphrase, right? Learn and grow together. That's what we're doing. And I'm trying to update these streams to make them nicer for you guys. Maybe some music, some ins and outs and everything. I want to make it a little bit more fun for you guys, a bit more professional, and we'll get there. Just a matter of time. Did you guys catch the loop? Because I didn't. I didn't at all. There is a pop because here. Notice this though. Notice, first frame, last frame, first frame, last frame. It's a duplicate frame. You're getting a duplicate frame. So what you really need to do is set this to 719, and then it'll get you the continuation of the motion, the true continuation. If you look at this now, you won't see any pop. Well, obviously there's a pop there because I think I had to load some stuff. But yeah, it'll be fine, y'all. It'll be fine. You just gotta trust. Y'all just gotta trust. I'm gonna leave it to 720 now because I want to check those frames as we were doing this thing around, right? Jimmy, yeah, man. So a lot of you guys are working on your own stuff while you're watching the stream, which is great. I kind of think of this as like a chill kind of lounge where we can all just work on our own stuff, and we're all just working on our own stuff together. If you guys are following along, that is awesome too. As long as we're taking this time on Saturday to learn the craft that we want to get better at, then we're doing a good thing, right? All right. So some challenges ahead of us, right? We need to... Oh, goodness. It's this kombucha, guys. We need to get a rake going through here and like carving some really nice patterns in the sand. We need to fill this with like foliage and bushes and stuff. I also want to put lanterns and stuff up. It'd probably do some lanterns in the center of this area. I want it to be blue hour. Really nice soft shadows and stuff. I want to probably get some things down here. I'm wondering about putting another water fixture, another one of these guys along the side maybe. I'm not quite sure yet. But the focus is on the sand. The focus is definitely on the sand. Okay, so we got to model a rake. We got to model a freaking rake. So let's do that really quick. I'm going to stay in the same project file. I'm also going to throw a recall tag on the camera, okay? And recall is a plugin by Chris Schmidt over at Rocket Lasso. It's incredible. It allows you to save different states of specific objects in Cinema 4D. You can reload states, create new save states. So even if I'm in camera and I move around a million times and I'm like, oh no, I can't undo all these camera moves and my camera was all good. Oh, I had this recall tag on it, double click, and you're back to that save state. So amazing stuff by Chris Schmidt over at Rocket Lasso. Give him some love. And he actually, another announcement for y'all, I'm coming out with a video all about file management and asset organization. It's very important when you have a ton of assets and you have to be organized so that you can find everything. What we want to do as creators is spend the most time creating and cut out all the time where we're searching for files and searching for assets and crap like that, all right? You want to be able to, in a perfect world, be working, staying creative, and just pulling the exact asset you need with one click. You just pull it from over here, pull it from over here, so that you can keep focusing. It's like a kitchen. A really nice kitchen is set up in a way that you have all the things you need, your knives, your spices, your pots and pans, within arm's reach, right? You're not digging through drawers. You're not climbing over stuff to get stuff. Everything's there. And it should be the same for us on our computers. Your folders need to be set up in a very specific way. So what I'm doing as an experiment is interviewing all my good VFX buddies and asking them about their folder organizational structure. And in order to rehaul and redo my folder structure on my computer so I can get more organized. And so far, I've interviewed Chris Schmidt. I interviewed Ian Hubert last night. I interviewed Devin Supertramp. I interviewed Zach over at Action VFX. I interviewed Andre Librov. So amped about that. I'm going to interview Beeple. I'm going to interview Aiton from, he's a concept artist on The Last of Us 2. So he's going to have some info for us. I'm going to interview David Ariev, and I'm going to interview Blender Guru. All right. So it's just all of the best of the best. And I'm going to take little pieces from each one of them and create the ultimate file structure. So that's going to be a video that I'll upload on a Saturday when I'm off. We're going to be doing some Texas productions for Corridor. I won't be able to stream, but I'll be posting videos like that. I also have a surface imperfection tutorial where we're actually going to create our own surface imperfections together. We're going to bust out the ink. We're going to get our hands dirty. We're going to put down some fingerprints on paper. We'll take a picture of that, bring it in Photoshop, crunch it up, and then apply it to our model. So we're going to make our own surface imperfections and learn all about them and why we need to use them all the time. So that's another one. But yeah, very excited about this, about all the stuff going on, man. It's a good time. All right, back in. We're back in. See, I go off on these tangents. I'm what is it? ADHD. I got ADHD for sure, like legit. Took the test, confirmed. I'm all over the place, y'all. All over the place, but it's all good. So what are we doing? We need a model of rake. That's exactly what we're doing. So, right? This is my reference folder, and I'm borrowing. See, this is Chris Schmidt's naming process, and this is Andre Librov's folder naming process. So I'm already starting to piece it together. All right. So we want to go to a reference. This is our reference folder. Obviously, we're going to do like legit versions of this, but this is the rake, right? This is the rake. I watched a few videos on Zen Gardens, and I saw them using very specifically this kind of setup so you can get those nice, like, those nice textures through the sand. And did you guys know that in a Zen garden, the whole point of a Zen, there's lots of points of a Zen garden, but it is to meditate. Taking care of the garden is a meditative process, or should be. And the waves in the sand represent water, or the sand itself represents water, and the rocks represent islands or land masses, right? So that's the idea. So this helps you create the waves in the sand, in the water, and we're just gonna piece this together real quick, and I'm gonna model it so it's gonna be our final rake. I'm not gonna texture it, but I will model it with the perfectionist eye to make sure that it's gonna look good for our final rake here. So with this picture, I'll probably pull it up in pure ref. All right, and then maybe I can throw down like this guy as well. All right, so those are our two rake references. And close that. Come on, bud. Let's go, bud. I'm still getting used to this program, as you can see. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. So yo, thank you for the super chat. Wish I get to meet you and talk C4D things. Yeah. Maybe there might be a chance to do that in the future. I'm thinking about starting a Patreon for these live streams and am considering doing like a 1-on-1 situation or maybe a 5-on-5. We'll see. we'll see what happens in the future. But appreciate the super chat, brother. Awesome, awesome. Okay, let's model this thing, right? So I like the shape of this, but I like the triangular teeth of this. So we'll do both, right? So here's what we'll do. I'll go into a side view, and I'm just gonna do this with I'll do this with here, how about this? I'm gonna make a null. I'll solo the null, so we have kind of a clean slate. All right, and this is Magic Solo. This is a plugin that David Ariev taught me about right here. Let's spawn a person so we know how big to make this. The person always comes in at 5'9", roughly 70 inches. So we'll make it about this big, roughly, right? Let's grab the pen tool. And I'm only going, how do we do this? We can model half of it, and then we'll just do symmetry for the other part, right? So we'll go boom, boom, we'll come up here, and then it kind of does a thing like this, and then back in, right? And then connect the dots, finish it up. So this is going to be a hard interpolation. We don't want it to be soft, so that's hard. This one is hard as well. Half of this is hard. So what we can do to get this exact actually is turn on snapping and turn on, I think, work plane and grid point snapping. And that is going to snap that point right to the work plane. And if we hold shift, get the move tool going, point mode, hold shift. Oh, hold on. What? No. Oh, again, it's not letting me grab this because I have the figure selected as well. So just select the spline, okay? Now hold shift and it'll snap right to the work plane. So now you know that Bezier handle is right on the point, okay? And we want these 2 points to be in the same line. We want this to be a straight line. So I can take this, press T, and we can scale it down. But I don't like the way it's messing with my line here. But again, we can change that. So if you look down here, you can see the Y is growing closer and closer to 0. And when it's at 0, you know that both of these are on the same plane, okay? Same deal with this. We want these two, we want these two to be on the same plane. So we're going to move the X. We're going to scale it on the X, right? Until that is at 0. Now we know that that's on the same, they're lined up. This guy, we can just say Y is 0, and we want it to be a hard interpolation, right? This guy, same deal. We know that we just want to go 0, 0. And let's just mess with this line here. So I'm going to go move tool and just adjust this until it looks something like this, right? I think that looks pretty cool. We'll get in there with the bevel tool, make it nice. This point needs to be right on 0, so X will 0 that out. And let's get rid of the figure, and get rid of the null, and we'll zoom on in. And we'll give it, if you hold Alt, throw it into a little extrude, right? That's way too much. Let's say 2 inches. Feels really good to me. Cool. And then we want this to be symmetrical. So still holding Alt, we'll throw it into a symmetry. Symmetry. Pardon. Let's go to the extrude, and maybe NB. We're gonna hit NB. That's gonna give us our little line mode, so we can see what's going on. Caps. What you want? Rounded caps. Beefy boy caps. 0.5. Those are some beefy boy caps. All right. We don't want it to be that intense. I'm just gonna zero it out and do it with a bevel modifier. So if we take this symmetry, I'm gonna right click, throw a recall tag on it, double click it to store the state, hit C, and it just goes away. That's fine. Extrude, all right. Actually, I wonder real quick. Do I get any topography? Not topography. Do I get any geometry options? I don't. Make it editable. All right, so we just have this one little piece right here. And what we'll do is bevel the crap out of this thing, but no beefy boy bevels. We just want some normal boy bevels. So I'm gonna hold shift now to make the bevel a child of this thing we had selected. And let's take the offset to 0.1. All right, we're getting this nasty old thing here. So let's see if we can't go UL, or is it KL? We're going to have to do this manually. I want to get rid of these lines. So these lines here, I think if you dissolve them, all right, that did not work. Let's go and select all these points. We have 68 points. I want to optimize this. So I hit UO and it didn't do anything. Okay. Oh, dang, it's even worse now. Maybe we can just delete these after the fact. Let's see. Let's go 3 subdivisions. We still have this like janky little piece there. And this is getting hit. So we can adjust the angle threshold. Actually, what's happening here is we have some pretty gross geometry. So I'm gonna get rid of this bevel for a second. Let's go in here and let's delete that guy, and we'll delete that guy, and then we'll bridge these points together, okay? So right click, bridge, and I'm just gonna go boom. So now they're connected. It's just shaped up a little bit better. Same thing down here. Let's delete these 2 points, and we want to bridge that right there. Oh man, I bet you there's probably a better way to do this. Delete these, delete that, delete that, delete that, delete all that. And I'm gonna close polygon hole. Let's go with the back one and the front one. Cool. So now that's a bit more proper. Awesome. Now if we throw the bevel down, that's more accurate. Yeah, that's what we want. And it'll get this edge properly. All right, so that's kind of what we're going for here. All right, so we got that. And the rest will be easy. So we'll do a handle, all right? We'll just make it a cube. We'll scale it way down. Hitting T for scale. Looks like it's coming about like right there, yeah. Scale it way out. Something like that. We can always make this longer. Let's make the cube editable, and we'll come in here and adjust some things. Actually, let's do, before we make it editable, I'm going to give it a couple subdivisions. That's good, cool. Let's take this point at the bottom, make it editable, take this edge at the bottom rather. Move tool is W, or just up here on the left. Let's enable soft selection, and we'll set the radius to 1 inch. We'll move this out. Maybe set it to dome. No, set it to bell. No, linear. Let's try spline. That's it. It's kind of moving like the spline here. Let's set the radius to 1.5. That feels a bit better. Yep, I like that. Cool, cool. And notice if we zoom into our reference, it's technically going through a hole here, right? And it's not doing that here. So what we could do is hit KL. And let's see. Let me turn off snapping. And then let me turn off edge distance. Yeah, there it is. So we can select that point, make a cut there, come in here, and we make a cut there. And then we'll take UL for loop selection. We'll get all that. D for extrude. And we just extrude that in. So now that makes like a nice little realistic and accurate kind of feeling, right, for that. Now we can also hit UI. So UI is going to grow our selection. So it's getting the back face of that. Hit T, uncheck enable soft selection, and we can just scale it in to just bring it in right up to the edge there. We don't want to undo what we did, right? So that would be undoing it. It'd be the same thing before we did all this. Just want a little bit, just so it has like the shadows have a place to collect in there, and it feels real nice. We want to bevel this. Yeah, we absolutely want to bevel this. So let's hold shift and throw a bevel modifier down. It looks like butt. Set it to 0.1. Let's set it to 0.075. Subdivisions 3. And you see how it's going all crazy in here? We don't want that. So maybe we just go 0.03. Let's hide this bit because it's difficult to see. And just so we can get in here, right? Oh, that feels good to me. Like, how far can we push that, you know, without these guys intersecting or overlapping? Also, another way we can do it, since we're here, since we're learning, right? Let me tell you guys about the selection method. So let's uncheck the bevel, go to edge mode, select the cube, Control A will select everything. We do not want to bevel that stuff. So I'm gonna hold Control and deselect all that. Same for all of this along this. Yikes, undo. I want to deselect all this. So we don't want to bevel any of this. I don't want it to stop us from beveling this cube as far as we want to go with it, right? So what I'm going to do is just use the selection option in the bevel modifier, which tells Cinema 4D, hey, only bevel the stuff that's in the selection, right? So I'll make a selection. You can also go to select, set selection, okay? It's going to give you this little tag here. That's an edge selection tag. We'll go to the bevel modifier, turn that back on. See how it's getting everything? Drag this into the selection tag. Now it's just getting what we want. So then we could do 0.05 and go larger with it, because it's going to be seen from quite a distance, and we don't want it to be too sharp. Yeah, that feels good to me. I like that. Let's bring the rake head back in. Cool, cool. And then let's just grab another cube. We'll scale it way the heck down. And instead of cutting into this geometry, I'm gonna just do it with this cube. Let's make it, go to object mode. You can actually adjust this here. We'll say that's 0.7, 0.7. Scale it up. Scale it down overall. And then we'll back it up into place there. Boom. So that's stopping this thing from going back any further. And then we'll just give it some, let's see, a fillet or a fillet. 0.04 is probably chill. 0.05. And holding control will spawn whatever you select, in this case a sphere, right in place of that object, which is very helpful because we don't have to do a bunch of crap to get other things in place. It's lined up already. That's just going to be a sphere right in there. Cool. You can even too, if you want to get those shadows, call it a hemisphere. Rotate 90, holding shift to snap on those angles. Pull it up. Flat. Oh, make it editable. Flatten it. And then you have areas for shadows to collect inside there when you render. So I feel like this is coming out a little far. So what we can do is just go to point mode, rectangular selection, grab those points and just pull them back. So it's kind of like our rake. Basically, we're almost there. We just need to add the teeth. So for the teeth, that's going to be really simple. Those are just cubes. Scaled down, rotated 45 degrees. And we can actually do a cloner on this to get it perfect, right? We can get it right in there. We'll zoom in, squash them, and we'll line it up right in the middle of this thing. Right there. Just like that. And we want it to give it a fillet, a little fillet. 0.075 is probably good. Make sure you guys save your work. And then what I want to do, actually, here's a pro tip. Here's a crazy pro tip. See if I remember this. You can do a thing in Cinema where, let's say if I hold control and I move this out, I want it to be like there, right? But I think what you could do, if I make some copies of this, let's just say we want to probably want to scale these down to like that, right? So we'll have like there's probably 4 of these. We could do this with a linear cloner, but I do want to show you guys this tip. It's pretty crazy. So that's 4 teeth. Let's just say let's call it 9 teeth in total. So what I'm going to do is make 9 copies of this cube, okay? So Control C, Control V, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, so these are our teeth, and they're all sitting in the same spot. We want them to be evenly distributed across the bottom of this broom or this rake. So I'll bring it over here with all of them selected. Let me see if I remember this. So we are moving, if I go to coordinates, if I move the x-axis, you can see this number is changing up here. I want to move that number, right? So I'm going to select all of these. I'm going to go to this bit here, and I think it's like times num2. What is there's like a thing you can type in here. It's like parentheses num2. God dang, what is it? Times num space 2. If you guys know what I'm talking about, let me know. I'm trying to remember. So it's like 7.43 times number 2. Wait, hold on. Is it actually? I think it might actually be working, but I don't. Yeah, okay, it's not working. Oh, what is it? Or is it just num2? God dang it. Man, I'm bummed. Num times 2. Huh. Okay, num 2 colon num colon 2 times, is it times num colon 2? Shoot. Times num colon 2. There it is. Okay, hold on. That's not quite. Okay, that's not quite there. So it's times num 2. There. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. So I can bring this back to 0. And if I type parentheses, or no, if I type multiply or times asterisk parentheses number 2 end parentheses what the heck? It's not working. Oh, because it's 0? I think it's plus in this case. Plus num2. There it is. That's it. So it's moving it by like 2.2, I guess. So it'll evenly distribute everything here. Plus num 20. Well, there's some craziness going on in there, guys, that I don't quite know. I don't know how to quite harness that. So what we'll do is we'll just use a linear cloner in this case, all right? We tried. I don't want to waste too much of your guys' time. We got a lot of work to do. So, holding Alt. Cloner. A linear cloner is what we want. So it's going off in that direction. We want it to go off into... Let's see. I can reset the gizmo on this. Let's try that one more time. Boom. Set it to linear. It's going off at 45 degrees. Which means we need to just adjust probably that there. So I'm adding that same number to the X. Let's say an inch and an inch. .5 1.5 by 1.5. All right, we want to go in the negative direction, so negative 1.5 by negative 1.5, and we want 9 of them, 8 of them. Very nice. So that right there are the teeth of our rake. Oh, notice they're kind of going off in this odd direction. That's because of the Z. We need to zero that out. Cool. So that's our rake, yeah. Let's select all of that. Alt-G. That's the rake. We also want to make a broom. So let's see. in these references, let's pull this up. I guess I don't have a broom. It could be the back of this, though. It could be the back of our rake. Christian, thank you for the super chat, brother. Thank you for the kombucha. Always appreciated. All right, guys, we are always rising. The numbers are growing. We are making a loopable Zen Garden animation in Cinema 4D. Let's unsolo all that stuff. Let's pull this rake out. So the rake is going to be, we'll probably ignore scale here for a second, just make sure that the rake is like in proportion with everything else. I need to figure out how I'm going to animate the rake. I don't quite know that yet. And I don't know how I'm going to do the patterns in the sand. We'll see how this goes. It might be a Monday thing. Because our animations, this is an animation challenge here. I'm challenging Peter and Ren. Who can make the most satisfying loopable animation? And it's due on Tuesday. Tuesday is when we actually figure out who wins the 3080, the NVIDIA 3080, right? I know, I wish I could have background music for you guys, but it's all licensed and stuff. But we might be able to figure something out. We'll see. We'll have to see. I'm sure there's something that we could do. Epidemic sound, maybe. Music for streaming. We'll figure it out, guys. So let's go to top view. Let's move this rake. It's going to be dragging like this or something like this. Actually, if I just say 90 degrees and I take the gizmo and I put it right at the rake point and we zero out the X, it'll be perfectly in line. And then we can rotate it. If I put it in, let's say if I take the gizmo, or I'll actually put the rake into a new null and I'll adjust the gizmo on the new null so that it's coming from that 0 point, okay? And from there, I can actually just rotate this thing around a full 360. So let's do, with the null selected, we'll make a keyframe. We'll go to the end here. Holding shift will snap us to 360. We'll make that keyframe. And since we hit Control D, right, and we set key interpolation to linear by default, it's doing linear keyframes so that it will perfectly and seamlessly loop, right, and go around. Obviously, there's a little crunch there, but our first frame is the same as our last frame, minus our camera, obviously. All right, so our first frame is the last frame, same deal. All right, so let's just see what this looks like in camera real quick. I also let's see, let's take that null. We'll call this the rake animation. We'll go into the rake. We'll angle it up. Maybe down a little bit. Get it into the ground because it's going to be raking through the gravel there. Something like that. Now I know there's a way in Espresso if I give this an Espresso tag, Shift C, Espresso, and we could do search for rotation, or actually, hold on, we want to drag this guy in. I never use Espresso. Okay, so bear it with me. System. Object properties, orientation, maybe. I don't even know. Dude, I'm so beyond. Basic properties, object coordinates, rotation. All right. We're getting closer. Rotation H is what we want. All right, so we can get rid of that. Rotation H needs to be set up to something that can spin this thing around, and I forget what it's called. If you guys know what I'm talking about, leave a comment in the chat here and help a brother out, because I don't want to be left looking dumb here on the stream. What do I need to plug this rotation H into so that I can just have it rotate at a certain rate that I choose? Because then I can actually offset it and have the most control over the rake, as opposed to having to move these keyframes around and stuff, you know what I mean? Range mapper. All right, range mapper. Calculate range mapper. Yeah, okay, so I know nothing. All right, let me delete the keyframes on the rake animation, okay? So we ain't doing this with keyframes, we're doing it with an Espresso. And we'll see what we can do here. So if I scrub, nothing's happening with the rake. But if I go in here, is there a way to make this a button? Like up in here? Range mapper. Ugh. Input, I don't know, 1? Dude, like, I want it to move at a rate. I want it to constantly move. Like, it's having me keyframe this, but I don't want that. I want it to keyframe. I don't want to keyframe anything. I guess you could do it with signal. I just want this to move at a certain rate. So whatever number I type in, it'll move faster and faster and faster. But regardless, it's gonna move. Time node. Okay. Yeah, maybe that was it. Is that it? Do I just put that in there? Dude, this is deep, y'all. I think I'm in over my head. Hi. Maybe we do this with signal, but I think, hold on, does signal crash? It does not. All right, so signal is a Grayscale Gorilla plugin. I want to control rotation H. I'll drag and drop that into signal. And if I hit play, let's see, I want a max of 360 degrees. So this is rotating a full 360. I want it to end at frame 720. And all right, so that's basically what we want. But instead, let's go 7. No, it should be 180. Ends at frame 720. I want these keyframes to be linear. And I'll switch them around. And I'll offset it so this is coming closer. There it is. Okay, so now I have control over this. There's no keyframes. So I have to figure this out. We offset it and like move it over here or something. We can animate the offset too. Where'd it go? Huh, it won't allow me to offset it any further. Maybe what we do is we take this rake animation and we just, okay, so we can't mess with that. Then I need to put this rake into another null, and this null we'll zero out as well. And we'll control the start position by this way. So we can adjust this, right? And now we have full control over everything. Over this rake. Cool. Yeah, I don't know Espresso. So thanks for bearing with me on that, guys. So what I want to do, one of the themes I want to go for is life and death with this thing, okay? So creation and destruction. So we want to be creating a cool pattern in the sand, and we want to be destroying it at the same time. So we are wiping the slate clean as we're creating. So what's the most satisfying way to do that? Also, I feel like I need someone walking along, you know, all of this. Holding the broom, or holding the rake, I just feel like it's not really, looks kind of fake with it just sitting there. It'd be sweet to have like a monk, you know, holding it, picking it up and walking, but I think that's a little crazy. Might be a little out of hand. So maybe what we do is we animate this guy just out a little bit. So we're not going to see whoever's holding this. They'd be kind of like down this way. And we're going to have to figure out a way to basically trace this rake through whatever pattern we decide. Like, are we going to pre-decide the pattern that it's tracing and create that with a displacement map? I feel like that's the way to go. Or are we going to actually have the rake be dynamic and actually push through like X particles pieces? I feel like that is going to be a little much. I would rather reveal basically the displacement map as this thing's going through, and then the brush, which would be kind of like a copy of this rake. So if I were to take this rake and we were to duplicate the rake, pop it in there, I want to get another rake right here, or this is the broom. I'll take this, hold shift, flip it around, flip it upside down, right? So that it's actually smoothing out the pavement. I can move it up like that. It's going to be smoothing out everything that this creates. So we kind of have like a create and destroy situation going on here. And I might throw in a little bit of noise to this so it's not so smooth. So I'll do a modifier, we'll call it a noise modifier, and you can see it's going nuts. It's like scrubbing back and forth like you're trying to clean your bathroom tub, you know? We don't want that. We want the strength. What if we just set the strength to 5? All right. It's still going bonkers. 0.1. It's still going bonkers. So I don't think the strength is really... Oh, wait, no. I was doing the wrong strength. Okay, here we go. 2. So this is giving it a little bit of something. There's like, it's moving at a certain rate. We have a little bit of noise in here. You know, they're kind of scrubbing, but I want it to be a little slower. Not as... The frequency is a little too much. So advanced, let's see. What kind of stuff can I mess with? Noise, strength 2, variation 90. What is this variation 90? What variation 1? So it's variation 200. So it looks like the rate is staying the same no matter what I set the variation to. The rate, this feedback, you see this slider is moving the same. Even if that's 1%, it's moving the same. So I want to figure out how to move this feedback. Time up? No. Speed. 0.1. There you go. Now the feedback is moving slower. The strength, we can pop up to 100. So it's moving further. If you set this to 500, these are moving in and out at a certain amount, but the feedback, it's not crazy, right? Your rate isn't crazy. We can maybe go 0.25 just to get these moving a little bit faster, you know, a little bit more randomness to all this. Feels pretty good. Yeah, signal was the answer. Signal is awesome. I really love it. Good times. Yeah, okay, so it works without a character, and you think this placement, Dominic, cool. Cool. So I'm wondering if this is the best way to do this. Yeah, we have like some cool stuff created in here, but I also want this to weave and bob and all that. So maybe in order for it to do that and have full control over it, I'm going to do a test here, okay? Let's see if we can't align the broom to a spline and align all of this to a spline. Okay, so maybe what we do is let's get out of camera view. Let's go up top, right? Something like this. I'm gonna freehand something real quick. Sketch, and I just want to like see if it can follow this spline like this, right? Connect it, and then we'll smooth it out, right? So spline smooth. I'll just come through here, give it a little bit. I think it might be a little too much, but this is more of a test. I'll smooth that a little bit out. That didn't get connected. Boom, now it's connected, okay. And we'll smooth it out. Very nice. All right, so we have something, right? Like this. So if we wanted to, if we wanted these rakes to like follow the spline, how could we do that? So the rake itself, I'm wondering, like, so it's definitely set up, the rotation is set up through signal. I'm just worried that we might have to undo all this stuff or just unlink all this stuff so that we can get it to fit to the spline. And then we would do signal on the, okay, idea. Here we go. So we want the rake animation to align to spline. This is the spline we want it to align to. The rake got moved off in this direction. That's because, okay, so I need to undo that. I actually want to put the rake and align this rake to the spline, specifically that spline. Now when we come in here, it's putting the gizmo right on the spline. So if we move the spline, we can move it up, get it off the ground just a little bit. Cool. And then if we set it to this tag, the align to spline tag, if we set that to tangential, it'll actually bob and weave with the spline, but we don't want that. We don't want it like tilting and everything. We want it to be pretty straight. So I'm going to undo this a couple times. Okay, I guess it got wonked out. So let's try this again. Rake, align to spline. That's the spline we want. The spline itself needs to move up like that. Okay. Now you'll notice it's not moving anymore. It's not rotating anymore because it's rotating along because this is animated. This null is animated right here, or rather this rake animation is animated. I'm wondering if we, instead of rotating the null, because we basically need this position slider will allow us to bob and weave and follow the spline that we have set up like this, right? So it's actually going to move around this thing, right? But we want the rake to also, if I hit play, what was going to happen? So if I hit play, this rake is going to rotate based off of the signal tag we have set up. The broom handle is rotating, right? So if I take this position, I make a keyframe, I go to the end, I make a position of 50%, lock it. It's going to move along the spline. All right, let's go back into camera. So it's moving along that spline. I just want it to be cheated a little forward. So I'm going to straight up rotate this spline so it's a little bit more in. And now, so it's actually, yeah, following this spline. And now as I change the spline, you know, it'll actually go whichever way we want. And that's going to be crucial for aligning these brooms up to the displacement map we're going to make in Photoshop for this ground layer. And I'm going to do that with a displacer modifier. Okay, so I think we have an idea of how we want to control these brooms. I'm just wondering here if this noise modifier is working on this broom. I feel like it's not going to be. And we may not need it because the noise is kind of built into the spline that we have set up. It's moving in and out, right? So yeah, you can see how it's moving in and out based on which way it goes along this spline, right? I know, dude. Kua, I am learning a lot too. I'm trying to figure out. I rarely animate in C4D. It is tough. So Soto, you say, by the way, will I mirror the lighting? That's a good point. The lighting. The lighting would change because I'm only going halfway around this circle. I'm doing a 180. It's not a 360. So I'm wondering if I can subtly rotate the HDRI with the animation and not really have anybody notice. I'm guessing that is going to be the situation here. So let's just say, for instance, right, I'm gonna set this to 719 frames. That way our first and last frame aren't duplicated. Now my brooms are not lined up. The brooms we need to figure out. We need to get them exactly in the same place, and I'm gonna think about that in a minute here, but let's address that lighting issue that you're talking about. So I'm gonna render this scene to Octane real quick. All right, let's hide these brooms for a second. So this is our first frame, and this is our last frame. If I actually compare and store the render buffer, and we go to the first frame, there's a slight difference here on this matte, it looks like, and there's definitely a difference in the lighting. So let's not worry about this little ramp, okay? Because we're not going to see that in our render. If I lock this and we set it to 0.5 or whatever, you can see that's not included in our render. We'll store the buffer again. We'll go to the last frame and we'll update this. And you can see, for some reason, this pot is shifting somehow. I'll have to figure that one out. But the lighting, right? That's what is the main thing that's changing. So if I actually have the lighting rotate with us, probably wouldn't notice a difference. Or what you could do is render out two versions of this and just like blend the opacity between the two. No, but that wouldn't work either. That wouldn't work because there's different stuff happening in the middle, right? Okay, so let's do this. We need to rotate this HDRI. That's going to be the answer. So it's along the X. Let me just find the lighting I like first off. I believe it's the X. Yeah. So we need to move this. Let's say if this is at 0, 1 is a 360. That means 0.5 is 180. All right. So we get this. I want to get this just so the lighting is like here. Okay. I will boom, make a keyframe, go to the end. I need to go to frame 720 to the very end. And let's take this number and add. So plus 0.5. Make that keyframe. And now it should be perfect. Okay, so if I store the render buffer, I go to the first frame, the lighting should be the same. And sure enough, it is. And it's actually the issue with our pot, it was because of the lighting. It was being lit from a different angle, so it looked like it was shifting. So now our first and last frame are exactly perfect, and that means we're going to have a perfect loop. Okay. All right. I don't even know how to pronounce your name. Totally butchered that. It was maybe a little offensive there, but he says, "Hello, ask Matthias tomorrow. What the hell? Such a brilliant artist like pwnisher do not participate twice a year at the grand Show by Cinema 4D. That's a terrible disc confusion. Yeah, no, I mean, anything with C4D is fantastic. They have a lot of artists that they're trying to get through and everything, so I understand. I'm also super busy, but I'm down to do anything with Maxon. They're the best. They are the best. All right, let's disable that, all right? But yo, if you do know Matthias, put in a good word for me. I love that guy. He's a good dude. And gotta be honest with y'all, feeling this kombucha just a little bit. Just a little bit. Soto, for the lighting feeling flat, I'm wondering, what if the lighting went a full 360? Right? So instead of it going, you know, if it went like basically from 0, boom, to 1, that would mean, or no, technically it'd be -1 to 0. Could be interesting. Like, I don't know if you'd be able to tell that the lighting is moving in a weird way like that, but yeah, could be interesting. Oh, a time lapse of a full day pass that could also be interesting. I'm just excited to make this look nice, man. Like, I'm gonna put in some fallen leaves and everything. Like, it's gonna be cool. That bell gong, oh man, yeah, I'm excited. We'll put this maybe up on like a pedestal, a little step or something. And we'll make it look really nice. So it's the rakes and the basically the rakes and the displacement map on the gravel here. That's going to be a challenge, but I do want to lay out a few things first. Like, I think that we need to start modeling some stuff and making some stuff look nice, and then I'm probably going to do the rake and the displacement map on Monday, but let's just go in here and start making this stuff look good. Soto, yeah, we could do a night today situation. I think that could be fun. I thought about maybe doing like 4 seasons, so you go through the snow and then all that stuff, but it might be a little bit much. Let's just pull up some more reference images, guys. So let's do let's look up a temple bell. I'm also going to open up Bridge and see if they have anything in here too. I'll just type in bell, and I bet you Bridge has something, right? Bridge always has something. Temple bell. We need the big ones like this. Japanese bell. And here's that little knocker thingy. Yep. This is it. That's what we're going for. So I'll save some of these as our, ooh, what's this? That's so cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and save this guy. And we'll put it in. Hey, there are some winners for the challenge. Y'all trying to get that sneak peek, I know. All right. We'll save some of these just to get an idea of something that we want to create. Here's a nice close-up. This is cool. Now, creating this bell, man, I'm probably looking for some assets because I don't have a lot of time. But we'll see what we can do. So we're in Bridge, and they do not have a bell that we need. Maybe we can do like pot. Ooh, are these new? These little concrete pots, that's new. Like, can we fashion this into a bell? I don't think so. Or this? It's close. It's the idea, but it's not quite there. Let me check like CG Trader. All right, this isn't bad for $10. And it's got an FBX. Like this isn't bad, right? And I can apply my cast iron material that we made on the last stream. We can put that on this. What else do we have? So I'll open that up. Let's see what this is. This is a bit much. Let's try Turbo Squid and see what they got. All right, Turbo Squid is junk. All right, they don't have anything. So it looks like this is going to be our bell situation. How many hours do you think I'll take in total? Maybe 10 hours to do this? 12 hours to do this, maybe? Yeah, it's still not up to the quality of something like this, but I think it'll just have to work for us, you know? Because I don't have all the time in the world to create all this stuff from scratch. So I'll download this stuff later, okay? I think this bell that we have is a good placeholder, though I can adjust it a little bit to better kind of represent the Japanese bell style. Something like that feels a bit better and a bit more accurate. So this guy here, let's work on this cylinder here. So we can, since it's still editable, let me hop out of camera real quick. All right, we don't need to render anything anymore. And let's give it 6 sides, because it looks like, based off of the reference here, I'll pull up another pure ref, and let's model this little knocker, this bell knocker thingy. So it has chains. It's like definitely like hooked up to the roof there. I'm wondering if we can just download a bridge asset. So there's that. All right, and then we have something like this. Loading. There it is. I definitely like this, like, there was like an octagon looking one. These are all just normal kind of circles. I don't think did I not save the octagon one for some reason? but I like this kind of look here. So it looks like it has a couple like metal supports around it. This is probably our best reference. Right, it has these metal little support beams around everything. So I'm wondering if we go to bridge, and I think they have like pipe stuff here that could work for us, like these couplings and these like this stuff, you know, like you just color this like a kind of a darker color, and I think that could work for what we're doing. So let me just download this here. I think LOD 1 is fine. We'll download. And LOD, that stands for level of detail. Hey, how's everybody doing? You guys following along? Doing okay? We're 2 hours in. We'll definitely spend another hour here working on this, making it look nice. I'm going to start really amping up the model here and making it feel right. So I wonder if we can like find like a wood beam or something. 3D assets. Let's see what they got. This kind of stuff here, this wooden beam and these supports could, I think, really be nice for building out this structure. Maybe this, and we'll give it like an orange tint in Octane. Like these guys, this all can really work for what we're going for. All right. Blaster Jacks, I appreciate you, man. Way to stick into the end. Okay, so let's hop back to bridge and let's pull out that downloaded asset that we got. Where you at? What the heck? Where'd you go? There it is. All right. Export, we don't need that. We just 2K export. Nah, man, I got that Quadro card from NVIDIA that they sent over. So I'm using that 4K. We'll just go 4K. Boom, export. Carl, thanks for joining, man. See you next time. So I'm wondering, okay, since this is an octagon shape, the circle obviously is not going to fit what we're going for. But I'm wondering if you can put some like cloth on the inside of that or something. But that's the idea right there. Let's take the cylinder, make it editable. NB to pull up our wireframe mode. And let's hold shift, give it a little bevel modifier. Subdivisions, let's call it 3. That looks good to me. That's going to be nice and smooth. You always want to bevel your edges, guys. Always, always, always bevel your edges. And the end of this, we definitely want to be kind of like a rubber, clothy kind of texture. So we can do KL, right? Select these, and I'm going to hit D and extrude it. So that gives us like a rubber, kind of like a rubber tip or something that can knock into the bell and have it still be okay. And then instead of this asset, what we can do is take the cylinder, hit KL, we can make a cut right here, go to segment mode, UL for loop selection, select that, hit UP. UP is going to break it off, so you make a second piece, right? So this is now a second piece, which we can hit D and extrude. And now we have this like, you know, this heavy duty kind of situation going here. And I want to rotate everything because we want it to be mounted with like chains and ropes and stuff. So we're going to take both the cylinder and this like cup link thing, and we're gonna just rotate it 90 degrees, holding shift so that you can actually mount it from the flat side, you know. Now let's go ahead and adjust this little cup link here. Oh, did I do the wrong one? Hold on. Oh, I beveled the wrong one. God dang it. That's why you need signal. It's cool. We can fix that in a second. So I'm just going to do this here. Let's hit D, push that out. And the bevel is a little too thick. So I'm just going to set it to, it's set to 0.3. Let's go 0.15. 0.1. Cool. And we want to undo this, right? So probably the easiest way is to grow the selection UI, delete, and we'll just bridge these bits back together in edge mode. Okay, so it's not allowing us to rotate it because it's animated. That's why you want to put these things into null objects before you start animating. Definitely something that yeah, that's pretty dumb. So let me do this then. I need to break this free from the animation that it's in and apply it to a null object. So I'm just gonna undo all this stuff. Again, I could have used recall. I should have used recall, and I will. But let me just get this into a null and apply this data to the null before we get any further down this path. All right. So let's cylinder. I want to put it into a null object holding Alt. Let's do that. It's into a null right now. Okay. Now I want to copy the keyframe data. I hit Shift 3 or Shift F3 from the cylinder. Let's see. Copy. Yikes, all right, the null just completely, all right. So I just need to create the null. I can't put it inside of the null quite yet. I'm gonna take the null, recreate it actually from holding control. I'll put the null right in the middle. So it's in the middle of this. I held control to do that. Now I want to copy this keyframe data to the null. So what we'll do here, Shift F3 again. All right, we have the cylinder. Let's go ahead and drag this null into the dope sheet as well as the cylinder. All right, so we have these. Let's just try this. Let's see if this works. Copy and paste. All right, that didn't work. Let's select it, control drag. That didn't work. Let's do it like this, the old school way. So the cylinder, it's the x-axis that's moving. So I'm going to right click this, copy it, let's go to the spline, paste it. Oh God, no, that's not what I wanted. The null, I'd paste it in the null. So now the null object should, no. Shoot, it's not copying the animation data. Animation, copy track, and animation, paste track. All right, I think that worked. It did. So now the null is moving exactly how that cylinder is moving. And now what we do is we take the cylinder, hopefully this works, we take the cylinder keyframes, we delete them, and we put the cylinder into the null object. All right, it works, guys. So now we're free. All right, so we can do whatever we want to the cylinder. That was just a mistake on my part. I should have known. You know, when you're animating stuff, don't animate it. Don't animate your actual object. Put your object into a null, then animate that null. And you can keep layering the null process and basically have one null be your rotation animation, another null be your position rotation, and you can just have more control over the animation process. So now we have this cylinder in the null, which is animated how we want it to be animated. And now we can make all the adjustments to this cylinder and make it look nice and know that it's going to animate how we want it to. Also, Chris, what's up, dude? Awesome to see you again, man. We spoke a couple days ago, yesterday actually, about some folder organization. Super excited about that, man. Very, very cool. But welcome, welcome. For those of you guys using Cinema 4D, Chris actually put Rocket Lasso. He put out a whole breakdown on R23 and all the new stuff in R23. I learned it all himself in like 4 days. Just a mad genius, super awesome. And he's the guy who made Signal. And I told you guys I was going to use it on this cylinder once I got it, you know, controlled. So let's do it. Signal, or not Signal, Recall. God dang it, I'm getting my plugins all mixed up. Recall is the plugin. We're going to double click to store that state, okay? And now we can actually go in here and start making the stuff that we want to make. So we'll go to polygon segment mode here, KL for a loop cut. Boom, we'll grab that. UL for loop selection. We want to break this off. So the way I think of it, we're going to break it up. So UP, that is the hotkey, UP, break it up. It makes another object here that we can have control of. So I'll grab that and hit D, and we're going to extrude it, right? And it has the bevel modifier going. It's obviously way too crazy. Let's hide this original. Hold on, let me think about this. Why do I always mess this up? All right, so that's the original, what would you even call this? Knocker, I guess. Ramrod. It's a ramrod. And this is our, like, let's see. I got it the other way around. All right, so this is our support. And this is our ramrod. So the support is what we want to bevel. Boom, push it out just a little bit. The bevel's too intense, so we'll set it to like 0.1. Bring the ramrod back in. All right. And we can just kind of move this support around. Let's go ahead and center the axis on this thing. We can use the axis center tool to get it right in the midpoint of that, just for ease of working here. Control drag to move this around, and I'm just going to get it through different points along this, and we'll put like 2 in the back. That feels fun. That feels good to me. And then what we could do is probably work in some sort of loop system for this to be hanging from to knock that bell, right? So we'll do, if I hold control with this with this like little support selected, and you know what? Let me delete these supports because we need to build it out completely before we duplicate, okay? So, holding control, I'm going to spawn a torus right in here, and we'll get this guy up here. It's a little too thick, so let's just bring down that thickness. Where are you at? 0.1, maybe 0.2. Boom, right in there. Maybe that'll support this thing, who knows? But it's probably going to be welded in like this. It's all going to be one piece. I don't think we need to go as far as making a volume, like a volume builder, volume mesher situation to smooth these out. I don't think that's going to be necessary. So I'll just leave that as is. I'm going to group these together. This is going to be called support. All right. And now we'll take this support. I believe this is all we're going to need, and we'll duplicate it all around this piece. Awesome. So just to briefly kind of texture everything here, to get an idea as we go through, I'm going to, let's see. Go dark gray on these guys, and maybe like a light kind of wood color here. And then this knocker, maybe this piece can just be like a white cloth maybe. But maybe we don't worry about that. That's a set selection kind of situation. It's not too important we get that solid right now. So this is swinging in, boonk, right there. Let's see what it looks like from camera view. So we want this to loop seamlessly. We can bring our rakes back in. Now the rakes won't loop. I know that. I'm going to work on that on Monday. Boom. So it hits the bell, and it comes back right before, right before it hits the rake there. We'll have to pull the rakes up and over the bamboo bridge there. We have the water feature and the teapot sitting there, which I might bring the teapot up to this point here. We'll see. And Chris, I really appreciate you coming by. I know you're super busy, so thanks for jumping in, dude. Super awesome. Oh, the battering ram was named Grand. It's called a Grand? Dude, don't make me Google something. Grand. Okay, Grand. Temple Grand. Bell Grand? Dude. I don't even know. Ronan, how will I sound design? That's a good question, man. I'm probably going to go through all my sound design assets and just throw them down. I might pre-record some stuff too with like my H4n or something, get some custom sounds going, which will be easy. But I can find a bell sound and creaking rope sounds and whooshes and stuff. Like I can put this together. Or who knows, maybe I can have a friend do it or something if they're down for a challenge. We'll see. Free software for sound mixing. DaVinci. DaVinci is free. I literally uninstalled Premiere from my computer. I solely use DaVinci. I love it. It took a while to transition over, but I'm really glad I did. And it has Fairlight, which is a audio mixing software all built in. I don't use it too much. I hadn't used it too much. But it's for audio mixing, right? So definitely check that out. You want to download DaVinci. Oh, Eric, I got you. Grand was the name of the huge battering ram in Lord of the Rings. This makes sense. All right. So I basically want to get everything ready to texture, and I want to get the animation done today. Because Monday will be my day to texture and then figure out this rake situation. So next, let's go ahead and work in like these struts here, these temple struts. So with reference, let's go ahead and look at our temple reference here and see what they're doing. Because you always want to use reference. Always, always, always want to use reference. Come on, computer. All right, so these are circular beams of wood. Yeah, these are large circular beams of wood here. And it looks like this is being supported by two lines that are going out into like a Y kind of pattern. But it looks like there's kind of a cement little stepping area here. And these large circular supports here are wrapped in these like, you know, these iron bands almost. This one has the square supports. So I think it's really just a matter of like whatever we're feeling here, or actually it's circular with square on the side. So that's what we'll do. We'll do circular with square on the side. All right. So let's go to this cloner, this cube. All right. We're going to hop out of the camera. So we're cloning this cube here. I'm going to hold control and make it a cylinder. R for rotate, shift to snap your angle down on. The height I'm not too worried about because we don't see the top and the bottom. So we'll get it like close. And the thickness I want pretty thick, all right? So something like that maybe. And we'll hide the cube. Take the cloner and we just want to 90 and 90. That doesn't work. Maybe 45 and 45. Nope. I think it's just a matter of probably have to just redo the cloner real quick. And we'll center this back up. 0. Throw it into a new cloner. I think grid will actually work for us in this case. 140 and 140 will line us up, okay? And then we can do this original cube here. Or maybe in our case, it's going to be a bridge asset. So we'll go 3D assets, wood, and we want boards, I think, or support. Maybe it's boards. Nope, it's not boards. Let's try support. Yeah. And it's cool because they actually give you a scale reference here, so you can see down here like how big these things are. The smaller the person, the bigger the board. So that's an old wooden board here. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. This one's taller. This one's older. So I might do this one. Let's download. Let's go 8K on this guy. And we'll export this. We can also change the color of it with a multiply node in Octane, and just like an RGB color spectrum node. So we can definitely do that. Because I want them to be like that orange kind of color, you know? So we have the board here. It's actually smaller than it looked, but I'm just going to take the gizmo, bring it all the way down to the bottom, and 0 out. Yeah, so it's not that small. Okay, let's go 0, 0, get it right in place there, okay? And we want to clone this as well. And 2 by 2. Yep, 140 by... We want these actually connected here to the side. And I want to scale these up. Something like that, okay? And then we can just drop this cloner down a little bit. And maybe scale them down just a hair. Something like that. Now, if possible, I want to rotate these randomly. So let's see if we can't figure this out. I want it to be in like a stepped process. So if this one's 90, this one's 180, that one is probably the same, 90 and 180 on both sides, because we definitely want the front again, the first frame and the last frame needs to match. So it looks like we'll be seeing this guy. And that guy. So it's like a 180 basically. Unless what we could do actually is take this and rotate, make a copy basically of this cube or of this post, rotate it 180 degrees. So there's two of them. We drop that into the cloner. So now it should be, oh, actually, we can also do, if we move the gizmo to the center point, we can flip it upside down. Just like that. And then we'll have like two different looks basically from this thing. We have to change the gizmo back to the bottom. And it's doing a weird thing. So we'll need to make sure that our gizmo is the same on both rotationally. So we'll zero that out, and that's zeroed out. Now when we drop it into the cloner, we should be getting a different look on these. And if we set the cloner to sort, let's see. So the gong is coming in, the knocker's coming in from here. So you see this line and this line? We basically want to flip these around. So if we set this to random, let's see. Sort, we'll set it to random. Iterate maybe. No, we're still getting... There it is. So it's blending between these two. Right, so this line is here and this line is here. So there's a bit of randomness to this. Let's see if that matches though when we go to our first and last frame inside a camera. First frame, let's hide the rakes for a second. And I'll hide the work plane. Let's hide the spline. And we'll see here if the first and last frame. So you see this log is flipped right here. This guy. So we want to be able to make sure that those are the same. So maybe we go, instead of blend, it is iterate. And now, okay, so they're still switching around. So they're all doing it. Now maybe what we need to do is delete yeah, okay, because we're only going 180. We're only going 180 degrees. So maybe it needs to be a radial cloner. We bring the radius up. The count will be 4. And we can transform them in a little bit like this. Now the first and last frame are the same because we're using a radial cloner. They're all facing the same direction, right? So that worked. We're going to want to do this again because we definitely want we want both of these to be on both sides of this thing. So let's see. Awesome. And then we'll duplicate this and adjust this offset. So 52 is negative 52. Yep, that'll do it. So that gets us the look we're going for. And maybe we could bring this cylinder, the radius is a little intense, 13. Maybe we can bring it down to 10. And then just adjust this to like 53, maybe 55. And negative 55. And let's just go to the top view to make sure. Yeah, we need to adjust that a little bit. So the radius of this guy, 70.5, we'll call it. And we'll just make sure it's reflected on this side, 70.5. So now, the first and last frame are the same. I'm switching back and forth between the first and last frame, and it's solid. How's everybody doing? I'm losing some of you guys, but the true OGs are sticking around. Appreciate y'all. We're building this thing out, making it look nice. Boom. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, this is gonna be good. I'm definitely gonna put like some dead leaves down here so that they all kind of just get like blasted outwards. I think that'll be really cool. And I'm gonna have to figure out how to get that loop going, because maybe as this crosses, right, as this wipes, so if we have leaves in a pile here, or maybe they're in like a ring, and as soon as this hits, the leaves get blown outwards, and then this here will wipe to reset the leaves back to their initial state, so that when we hop back to frame 1, the leaves are in place again. You know what I mean? So I'm going to take this teapot. I think this teapot needs to come closer. So we'll go cloner, bring the radius out, and offset to like this point. And I think we can actually scale down this whole thing, this T-set. I think we can go like 0.6 on the T-set. Why that's not scaling, I do not know. Maybe we can just do it here. Yeah. And I'll want to put some like teacups here and stuff. Maybe a lantern. And it's just going to take time to build this whole thing out. I'm going to rotate the teapot. So you can get it from that silhouette, right? You want to hit it from that right angle, right there. You always want to orient stuff in a way so that it clearly reads what it is. And in this case, I'm orienting the teapot so that the nozzle is facing out this way, right? So you can tell that it's actually a teapot, right? And I'll have some like nice like misty steam coming up from there. It'll be awesome. So let's give it a playthrough. You know, we're gonna have the rakes doing their thing here. This one is creating. This one is resetting everything. You have the gong, boom, swings back. And then we go over the bridge here. And maybe there's like, maybe the T set is a little earlier. Maybe it's like right in here, right in that space. So I'll just offset the T. So it's right there. And we'll put some teacups in there. Eric, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, dude. An 18-hour render, that's epic, man. Hang in there. So I want to figure out, like, I'm going to consult my ideas list. So it needs to loop. We got that. Japanese theme, obviously. Lighting is later. Lanterns. We need to do some lanterns. I want to get some coins and some singing bowls in here. We got the bamboo. We got the wood. Sound design, that's going to happen. 12 FPS. I might do that later. Wooden machinery like a water mill or oil rig. I don't know if I need that. Japanese circle. It is going in a circle. So that's... The Japanese circle, by the way, is a piece of art. Old piece of art that represents a whole lot of things, but it's a very, very famous painting here. So that's kind of why I'm going in a circle. I'm trying to keep it as themed as possible. What else? The perfect fit. So I definitely need moments like that. So I think we need a place for rocks in the path, okay? Orthographic, Zen garden, cleaning the garden, removing pine needles, smoothing out gravel bed, wooden brooms that fit perfectly, seeing the gravel flow out from behind the large wooden teeth of the broom. All right. Rocks stacked on rocks. That's good. Incense, singing bowl hits. So we kind of have the bell as the hit. I want lanterns, I want singing bowls, and I want the rocks in the middle of the garden. So let's do the rocks. So if we go to bridge and we pull up rock, mossy, yeah, most definitely, okay. Let's actually start with reference. Oh my god, that just looks so peaceful. It's amazing. Okay, so these rocks are just assets sitting in the sand here, it looks like. Like this, you know. Or here. Mossy rocks, I like this. So maybe it's a combination of both. We'll do some mossy little patches and some rocks. Okay, so within bridge, I'm just going to kind of scroll through here. Mossy stones pack. I mean, heck, dude, like this looks good. They're very small scale, but I'm going to give it the favorite. This is another pack. These are a little bit bigger, so maybe I'll switch those out. This could be really cool for the little riverbed here where we go through, and underneath this bridge, right, you see these mossy rocks. So maybe we could use these for that, okay? Same here, these mossy rocks, potentially. These are a little too mossy. This mossy embankment could be interesting. This, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. This is cool. This is a large one, but I like it, so I'm gonna favorite that one. This is just about the size that we need. This one too, I like that. That's beautiful. This one feels good. A little bit of contrast. This one is very interesting. This is Icelandic rock. So we can do that. This one. Nice. I think that's enough. So we'll start dropping those guys in. Boom. Downloading. Awesome. Marcus, that's a good question. Are there enough resources in the Quixel library, or is it noticeable when everyone is using the same scans and models in their art? I think it'll definitely come to a point where like it'll be noticeable. I hadn't noticed any specific scans in any video games yet, but I am on the lookout. Yeah, that's kind of the downside to the asset library, is that everyone uses it. It's also very popular. It does really well. They're very high quality, so it's hard not to use them. But when everyone's using them, you know, you're gonna recognize, oh, it was the same with Action Essentials. So, oh, Action Essentials Blood Hit 2, you know, I recognize that. And it's, you know, could be the same with Action VFX, and in this case Quixel. So it's definitely a thing. That's why if you have the time, definitely create the stuff that's in front, in your face. Create it from scratch. It's really fun to create stuff from scratch. The background stuff that you need to populate with, you can populate with Quixel. I mean, heck, you can do foreground stuff with Quixel. It's just a matter of what you're doing, how much time you have, what you're trying to learn, etc. In this case, I'm on a time budget here. This is due by Tuesday. So, I mean, technically I have to render Monday night, all right? So, I'm using Quixel for this. Very helpful. Yeah, very, very helpful. A Japanese maple or cherry blossom. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. We could use Forester for that. And I think you could just have I think tree stumps here on the side. I maybe want to put like a rock path or a like a wooden path here or something. And then like this bit here, right? I think could be kind of like a moat structure around this. I think it could be really cool. But let's go back to Bridge. Bridge is doing its thing. It's downloading all this. I'm going to keep looking for stuff. I'm going to go concrete because I want to actually encase the bell in a little area. So I'm going to do a little concrete barrier like we saw in the reference. Specifically this one here. You could see that there's this like concrete barrier that separates. Oh, we also need to put in these rings, these iron rings. So we'll do that as well. I think it just comes down to timing, you know. Get more detailed as you complete things. So maybe street will have what we need here. Modular curb. We could stand this curb upright. Yeah, we could certainly stand this curb upright and have it do what we need. Now, I wonder if there's like a mossy curb. But I doubt it. I mean, this isn't bad. It just looks a little small, and we have to duplicate it a whole bunch of times. So maybe we type in moss and concrete and see what comes up. And search under 3D assets. Ah, here we go. So maybe there's something in like antique 3D assets. Japanese. I mean, dude, this is so cool. This stone lantern, like, this is amazing. Yeah, we could populate it with all of this stuff, but we're gonna start from large to small, right? So we want to work in our main things before we work in all the small stuff, right? I mean, dude, honestly, like, this has got to be in. It's got to be in. I'm not gonna download it yet, though. It's tempting, I know. This isn't bad. Bridge railing. Ooh, these pillars. But we were looking for like wooden pillars. So I think I'll probably just use like just a normal texture on it. This could potentially work. I'm gonna give this guy a shot. Let's download this and see what we can do. Let's go back to the local, or what is it, favorites, and we'll see what's downloaded. So we have some rocks that are ready to go. Let's go ahead and download these guys. I'm going to do 8K rocks if possible, because they're going to be right in your face, and we're going to want this to look as real as possible. Also got that new Quadro card, so I mean, I'm basically offboarding these guys, bringing them into the scene. It's going to get heavy real quick, but that's why I got that Quadro, so. Eric, I like that. A few cherry blossom limbs hanging from right edge, like a natural vignette. Absolutely, man. I think that's a really nice touch. Once we get these main elements in, then I'll probably go back and like, start shaping it in a more detailed, and just really work it in. All right, bear with me. I think the computer is crunching hard right now, guys. We made it. We made it out the other end. All right, so we got some stuff to start dropping in here. I also know, yeah, that download went that was pretty crazy. All right, make sure you guys save your stuff. I'm actually going to save a new version of this. 1C. Back into bridge. Let's try that again. I'm not gonna download everything all at once. Let's go one at a time here. So we got, which one did we get? This like pointy shark finny looking one. All right. So I think we only need like 3 or 4 of these. So I think this is the one we grabbed. This cube one is really cool. Let's try it. Bear with me. Hang on to your butts because we're downloading. Jimmy, thanks for joining, man. It's been a stream. It's been a good time. Have a good one. Good luck on whatever you're doing. I'll see you next time, man. Slazas. Well, what camera do I use when doing photography? Well, I got both of them right next to me, so I'll show you while this downloads. I think it's already downloaded, but for film, I use the Canon FTN. This is actually, or sorry, not Canon. Let me try that again. I use the Nikermat FTN right here. This is a film camera. It's all metal. It weighs like 5 pounds, which is really cool. There's no electric parts in this. It's all mechanical. Love this thing a lot. It's only like $200, and it's just the best. But when doing digital photography, oh, it's down here. This is the Sony A7R2. It is like 36 megapixels, so it's set up for photography, and it also does 4K video up to 60 FPS. I love it. I think the R4 is already out, but you know, I got this thing a while ago. I love it a whole lot. I want to get a Blackmagic though. But yeah, this is what I do for photography. Also, this is how I film all my videos and stuff. I want to get this hooked up to like the webcam, so it's all like super high res and stuff, so you guys aren't looking at my tiny pixelated head. But that's what I got. Dude, that rock is big. That rock does not mess around. This might be a background rock. You know, something back here. And we can duplicate it, scale it up, rotate it 180. and move it like over here or something, because we do, whoa, we do need to fill in the background. You know, it can't just go off into nothingness. So yeah, like when we're here, we'll probably need to see something. We'll need to fill this in. And those big guys are a good way to do that. Cool. The lens, by the way, is a G Master 24-70. Really good for travel. I love it because you have basically all of the focal lengths that you need in one. You can also use the APS-C mode in the camera to zoom in and zoom out. So you can go up to, I think, 110 millimeters. Let's keep grabbing rocks. All right, so that rock was massive. This is the one we have. This one's very unique. Let's export this guy. This one's cool too. I'll get this one after our export's finished. I appreciate all the kind words you guys have. Thank you so much. We can probably make this guy work. I'll scale this down just a little bit. Awesome, awesome. So these can be placed however we want. But I probably want to start with just the grass, probably just the gravel. And it's gonna start parting ways maybe pretty immediately. So I want to put something in the middle, maybe right here. Scale it down just a bit so we can actually fit the broom through. Rotate it around, something like that. And we'll be able to get the broom through, or that rake through that side. And we can get very specific here. I'll probably do this on Monday. I'll get really specific with it. And then I want to have a couple on the side too. So we can have, like, before we hit that bridge again, we can have 2 rocks here on the side. So let's grab 2 more from bridge. We can grab maybe this guy. This is a small one, which is cool. Or actually, I'm wondering, so these guys are super tiny. Let's see. Yeah, let's just try this one. We'll export that guy. And then we can get this guy last. So these ones, I want to be on the sides. So something like that. And then we'll do we'll do this patch on the other side. Come on, cinema. There we go. So we'll do the big one further off into frame. Actually, yeah. Because I don't want to block the view, you know? So we can scale this down just a little bit. And rotate it. Maybe like that. And we'll have this guy just come into the foreground. Like here. And then maybe what we could do, a good place for... If I just type in Japanese 3D assets, we can find this little guy, which is technically a gravestone, but let's just not tell anybody that. I already have it, so I'll download it. And the brooms are basically going to... Oh, I wonder if this broom will split and go on either side of that rock. That could be pretty sweet. But we can adjust the spline to maneuver around these rocks, right? So that's the whole point of having this adjustable spline path, is that it can actually follow the length of the spline. And that's another thing that's super satisfying, is having that perfect fit. I just need the spline to be symmetrical. I also need to line these rocks up on this side as well. So I need to duplicate those rocks. So all of these guys, right? Basically, if I select these rocks here, except for these background ones, I don't need to select the background ones. And I group these rocks, and we change the gizmo so that they're right in the middle. I can duplicate the rocks and move them 180 degrees, negative 180. So they're going to be over on that other side, right over here, which again will allow us to have a matching first and last frame, right? So if I get rid of the rake and everything and the broom, we'll hide the spline for a second too. The first and last frame are the same, right? They have to be the same in order for this thing to loop. So we just got to make sure we're doing that. So, Slazas, my preferred prime lens, if I had to choose, would probably be... Oh, that's tough. Maybe a 35? 35 is not bad. because you can still get a wide, depending on the situation. You can get a wide-ish shot, but you can also get really close to something and get that nice depth of field. All right. So I probably have time for one more hour here. But this is starting to feel good. Like, I like this a lot. I'm liking the feeling of this a lot. Let's get that concrete barrier going, okay? We talked about downloading that concrete barrier, so let's go back and revisit that, all right? Let's go to purchased. I swore that I downloaded, let's see, maybe I favorited it. Oh, okay, so I definitely know. Oh, there it is. There's both of them. All right, so we want to drop this guy in, export. And I'll put this with that smaller rock. I'm excited for this. This is going to be sweet. I might actually just post the final version on my YouTube channel. I'll render this out in like 4K and have it just be super peaceful and have it be some like temple ambience or something, you know? So this could potentially just, you know, be here, maybe? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that one, but we'll see. Let's take a look again at some Japanese Zen gardens. Now, I want to create a perimeter around the sand, obviously. So let's take a look at some examples. Here, it's just like stone, right? Stone. It's like a stone backing. This one is grass. There's like mossy kind of grass along the side, which is cool. Maybe we can do a mix of both. Here's a cool example of a bench. That's pretty sweet. I like this like grassy patch with the rock in the middle. But yeah, this is like perfectly kept up and everything. Like this, it's all coming along the edge of this. Maybe what we do is scatter a number of rocks along the edge of like the perimeter. So here is an example of like, it looks like some sort of stone. Yeah, here we go. So it's a bunch of river stones marking the perimeter. So I'll save this as one of our references. That is cool. That is super cool. This is like a brick barrier. See, these little like alcoves here are super cool. I like this idea. Oh, this one's using like wood. Maybe I'll save this. I like having like a little statue set back into the leaves or something. This is so cool. Wow, this lighting is beautiful. That speckled sunlight looks really nice. Oh wow, this is a weird Photoshop situation here, but I do like this wood planking. All right, so I'll think on that, but let's lock down. I'll do this as a 4K texture. I want to lock down the like central bell area. So this piece is going to be our like little barrier. So I'm wondering if, let's see if I rotate this 90. We could do something like this. But really what that's going to be is a radial cloner. So it would basically just go to 0. And we'd throw a radial cloner on it. Multi-instance, 4 count, get that radius up. We can rotate them 90 degrees. Sweet. And we'll just bring that in. Let's come down on the Y. No, I guess it's going to be different. Something like that. That feels good. And I like how there's like a variation here on these guys. They're not all perfect. So that's good. Cloner we can set to random, but they're all the same, yeah, so that doesn't matter. And we'll just make sure that our first frame matches our last frame, which it should. Ah, okay, it does not. So this here needs to be worked on. There we go. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. It's coming together, y'all. Yo, what's up, Sotomonte? Welcome back. I know, I can't wait to see the final render either. All right. So I just want to make sure that these guys are duplicated properly. Let's go ahead and copy them over here. Sweet. Awesome. So our first and last frame are perfect. So basically it's just a matter of building all this out. Just keep going with it. I need to organize my hierarchy. It's definitely not looking good. We can probably go to a, let's see. Because I'm not rendering anything right now. I know, Eric, it's starting to come together, man. I'm very excited about this. So I feel like this just needs like some ropes on it. But I'm not too concerned about that right now. It's definitely be a lot of like filling out this middle area with a lot of different plants and stuff. Which is going to take a minute. Yeah, it's certainly going to take a minute. I got a lot of work on this. So NQ will hide your textures. So it'll be a little easier to scrub through the viewport on this. And for whatever reason, going backwards is a little taxing on the system, but we're still getting 125 FPS here, which is great. right, guys, I'm going to take a small break here. I'll be back in like just a minute, and I'll let this keep going for y'all. I'm excited about this. I think it's going to turn out really nice. But I'll be right back, guys. I'll see you in a second. All right. So I'll probably add one more thing here, and then we'll announce the winners of last week's, or I guess this week's, weekly challenge, weekly render challenge, and then I'll announce the new challenge for this week. All right. So, what do we want to do here? What do I want to figure out before we announce all that stuff? So I could either model a ground plane here and kind of lock this in, because basically what I want here is this this little water structure here. It's clipping through. I guess I can move this in a little bit. Yeah. I basically want the water to flow from here and go like through this little kind of stream into this main area. Right. So I could build out a little ground plane for that inside this area, or I could just model this structure right here. I'll leave it to you guys. What do you want to see? You want me to model the ground here, or do you want me to model this bamboo structure? The choice is yours. Choose wisely. Choose very wisely. Steven, what's up, man? Thank you. So William, you said something felt a little off and unnatural about the movement of this water fixture. That's fine. It's temp movement right now. I'm just kind of seeing like what feels right. So I'll really make sure I get the feeling right of this thing when I go to actually, yeah, it stays down for too long. And technically what's happening is water is being poured into this nozzle, so I need to figure out where that water is coming from. And as it fills up, it teeter-tots and like spills the water out. Boom, and then resets. So when it resets, it needs the tuk tuk tuk, you know? And when it hits, it just needs to smack once. I think it stays down for a little too long. But maybe not, maybe not. Because the water has to take time to pour out. All right, the bamboo thing. Bamboo thing. Yeah. All right, let's do the bamboo thing. I wanted to do that anyway. All right, so let's pull up our reference folder and figure this out. So this is basically what we're doing here, something like this. Now it could just be the bigger version of this, but here you have the water spilling into the opening and being poured out. So that's one version of it. This is another version, a little difficult to see. Here's another one. It looks like it's actually kind of confusing. It's hard to tell what's going on there. Let's Google one or two more, all right? Yeah, this is really cool. This is a good reference. Let's save this. This is also really cool. Now the water pouring through this thing is going to be hard for me to do and hard for me to simulate. So we'll see how that's going to work, but another time. Oh, that's cool. This is a very simple setup. I like this. All right. So we need to model a couple bamboo pieces, which I guess Megascans has, right? So they have some bamboo pieces, and we can use a couple of these, or maybe just all of these. So let me grab these in the scene. I'm gonna export the 4K ones for now. So let's do this guy. And we'll grab this one. Oh, trust. The Nagchampa will be added at some point in time, all right? I can promise you that. It will be added. Yo, Miles, we got Point Lobo in the house. What a musician, fantastic musician, loving his jams. So go check out Point Lobo's music. I guarantee you guys will like it. Well, I can't guarantee it, but if you guys are into the same music that I enjoy, you're gonna love Point Lobo's music. Miles, good to see you, dude. Yeah, I just had a little bit of research on that last night. I was looking up that, and actually there's another thing that I found out actually called a no, it's not this, but it has the sound. Basically, it's a an upside down pot, and it's buried underground, and at the bottom of this pot is a water, basically like a little, like standing water at the bottom, right? So you've made a chamber with a little bit of water, and you add rocks on top so you hide it, right? So it's buried underground, and the water will drip in from the midpoint and drip and make this really cool, like, echoey, reverby sound. It's called like a sui kinkitsu or sui kinkitsu or something like that. Super cool. Sui kinkutsu, yeah. Pretty crazy structure. All right, let's figure this out. All right, so we have our bamboo pieces that we dropped in. Let's build out this water fixture. So I'm going to, let's see, let's find our little bamboo dealy here, the cloner, and these, we'll solo it so we can just work with this stuff. We'll turn off the cloner and just kind of recreate this with our assets. All right. Soto, thank you for linking Point Lobo's channel there. Awesome. Yeah, it's good stuff. Super solid music videos he puts out too, and he also uses Blender. Very good at it too for just starting out. It's actually really impressive. All right, so the main bamboo piece I'll do last. But let's go ahead and build out the structure that it's sitting on, okay? And we'll use our reference. Let me pull up pure ref and drop some of these guys in. So that's a good one. This is about the same thing, so I don't need to drop that in. And we'll drop this guy in. Awesome. All right, so it looks like it's just a central piece of bamboo running through all of this. There's a hole cut in the middle of that. And you have a couple pieces of bamboo flanking the main one. These are all kind of capped out. Okay. All right, makes sense. So what we'll do, I want to move the gizmo to one side so we can actually know where the ground is at, all right? So with all of these selected, I'm going to grab the axis center tool. Let's see, we'll zero that out. It's going to be -x for these three. So we'll slide that x all the way to -100, and that will put our gizmo. All right, totally didn't work. Let's try that. Let's try that again. I think it has to be done individually. Oh, I need to uncheck use all objects and include children. And then now, yeah, for each one, the gizmo's at the very bottom. This one's going to be the y-axis. So we'll reset it, slide the y down to -100, and there we go. All right. So let's stand these guys up tall, and we'll say that this is their default state, so 90. Let's grab the gizmo and just reset that to 0. All right, so now we have all of these. Basically, let's see. Boom. Just want to get that gizmo right in line. So these are easy to work with and easy to maneuver. We can select all of those, reset PSR, and that'll do it for us. So we want, based on the reference here, we can maybe grab like this one here, move that in place. And this is going to be a taller one because it's actually going to be pouring the water into this whole thing. Now I do want a longer one. So actually, I think this will be an extra piece that's going to be off to the side like this. We can grab this one and we can rotate it. Scale it way down. And rotate it so that it fits and aims the water right in there. So it's kind of like, I probably want to move this whole thing over and then just rotate it so the water's pouring right into the nozzle, just like that. And we can push this back something like that. We can cut it off from the back here with like a bool object or something. But that feels right. And yeah, I feel like I actually need to add water. I'll use X particles. Windbush has a really good tutorial on how to do that, so I'll probably follow his tutorial. Okay. Now we need the support structures, so I'll probably grab this guy and line these guys up so it fits. Also maybe scale them up just a little bit. And I'll flip it upside down. Let's go ahead and grab no, that's actually fine. I think just like that is going to be good. I'm going to delete this reference cube or this reference cylinder. Move it up just a little bit. Cool. I'll duplicate, hold control, move it over, and rotate it around for a little bit of randomness. I might replace this entire thing in case it's too close and too similar looking, but we're not going to know until we actually start looking at textures in the live viewer, and I'm not going to do that today. Very cool. All right, and now I need this piece to be replaced with this piece. So let's see if this works. I'm going to control drag to make a copy, and then I'm going to transfer it. Use the transfer tool. So I'll select this, and I'll select this piece, both of those. I should be able to, let's see, wait, hold on. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. I want to transfer this to here. Yep. Right, and then now it works perfectly. I also want to center the gizmo up. So I'll reset and execute, and then now I can scale it down, and it'll scale uniformly. And I'll delete that original piece. That feels about right to me. Now, in terms of the main piece here, we might be able to just grab like this guy. We can duplicate it. And let's do the same thing. Let's use the transfer tool. I want to transfer this piece to this piece. And we can scale it up. So it's a bigger piece of bamboo. We can delete this. And I'll flip it 180 because it actually has a natural opening. Which I'm not the biggest fan of. I might have to do my own opening, but I'll leave it this way for now. And you know what? Before I delete the original cylinder here, I think what I'm going to do is actually put this guy in there so that it follows the animation that I have on it. So I'll just hide it, and then I'll green light this one here. So, and then I want to flip it around again and orient it properly. So we'll flip it 180, pull it back, and then just orient it so the water spigot is going right inside. Cool, and we can even bring this guy up a little bit closer. So it goes right in there. And then I'll hide this one that we didn't use because I don't think we need any more. It's basically a support. And you know, we'll take this guy and duplicate it down here. We'll rotate it 180. But that's probably all we need to do. This guy we can just hide, okay? So now this thing actually works, and I'll actually have some water sims going, but yeah, it slowly goes down, and it's temp animation. I feel like I can lock this in. Screw it. Let's lock it in now. Also, Christopher, I see you with that super chat. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. Your guys' support helps me out a lot. It keeps me doing these streams. It's not necessary you guys super chat, obviously, but it's helpful. So I appreciate it. I hope you caught the thank you. Say you're tapping out, but yeah, man, I'll catch you next time. Alpha Matt, hey, who are the winners of the silhouette challenge? You would like to know, wouldn't you? Let me finish the animation on this, and I'll get right to that, okay? I'm gonna wrap this thing out here in a second. So let's check how these things are animated. This one's about the same size. So that's the reference. So it bounces when it hits the top. So it's like slow, 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 a little faster, and boom, it hits, and it kind of like lags a little bit, and then it's boom, boom, 1, 2. So we're not far off. I think it hits the bottom there a little bit faster in real life, so I'll scoot that up. Okay. But it doesn't smack that hard. So let's double check that. It's definitely going to be in our easy ease settings. So we'll open this up. This is what it's looking like. It almost goes beyond. Yeah, like look how janky that is. We need to fix that. So I'll take this. Let's grab this guy. Holding control. Yeah, it gets right up to that point. Shift and control will get you just that little bit. Now it goes over the bounds of it, which we don't want. So let's see if that works. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay, so then let's go in here and make sure that it stays down for a little bit, and then it starts to pop up. This is almost linear. It doesn't want to ease into that at all. It's going to smack right in. So it'd probably be something like that. We'd open that up a little bit. So it's going to land, boom, stay down for a little bit, and then pop up. Now it just needs to bounce. So what we'll do is we'll copy this frame. We know we want it to land back on that frame right there. But in the middle, we want it to rotate down a little bit because it bounces. So we'll hit a keyframe there. We want to make sure this time is equidistant right here. Okay. We'll zoom in. It's hitting, and this will be easy ease. So this one's linear. This one's about linear. And then this one is soft. So let's see what that looks like. Yeah? I think it's just taking too long. So we can scoot that in 2, scoot that in 2, and try that again. Boom, dunk, dunk. Not bad. I think it just needs another bounce. So we can take that about the same amount of frames, go to the midpoint, and let's see, let's make a keyframe. Is this the button for make a keyframe? Honestly, I don't know how to make a keyframe. From here. That's bad. We'll make a keyframe. We'll make sure this one is easy ease as well, but it's just not going as far. Right? We don't want it to go as far. So we'll get in here just a hair. Just a hair. Okay? We'll update that and make sure, again, that's easy ease, which it's looking like it is. And let's see what that looks like now. Boonk. Yeah, that feels pretty good to me. I think it needs to accelerate a little faster. So I can take all of these. Actually, pull that back. We'll make these a little, just make that a little faster. Boom, shunk, dunk. That feels good to me. It might just take a little long. So I'll bring that in a frame, bring that in a frame. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. Yeah, that feels good. Yeah, it's a little long on the backside, but honestly, we're not seeing that. I can cut it. But let's just take a look here through our camera. So we'll hop out of the solo mode. We'll go into our camera. And we'll hit play. That feels right to me. So yeah, we can probably chop the back of it. We'll probably need to chop the back of it, but I can do that later. That feels right. I'm down. And obviously we'll have the rakes going, right? Let's see. I need to organize all this stuff next time I hop in. So the rakes will be going and kind of maneuvering around these rocks and stuff. And that'll have to be really fine-tuned. But I like how this this knocker thing swoops in right in between the rakes. Obviously the rakes have to be picked up when they go over the bridge. But yeah, that's it. We'll have to loop the rakes. You guys made it to the end. 162 of you. I appreciate it. I'm going to keep working on this. Not today. I'm going to finish this on Monday. It's going to be a lot of work to finish on Monday. But I think I'm going to get there. I know Peter's got some crazy food thing he's whipping up, so I got to beat him. Ren has some crazy smoke simulations, so I need to beat him. I need to just make the most satisfying render, loopable render that I can make. So thanks for joining me for that, guys. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to see how this turns out, and I will post it onto my YouTube channel here. I'll probably do like a, hour loop or something, some peaceful meditative loop that you guys can just put on in the background and chill out to. So that brings us to the winners of this week's weekly challenge, everybody. The prompt was silhouette, and specifically to tell a story through a silhouette, which is difficult to do. A lot of your guys' renders that you posted, there was no story. Sometimes there was no silhouette. So a little anticlimactic on my part. I was looking forward to some really nice ones, but there were some really nice ones. Okay, they weren't all really nice in terms of hitting that silhouette storytelling angle, but there were some. All right. At the end of the day, guys, everybody who submitted, I think, did an awesome job. It's hard work doing this stuff every single week. So I really appreciate you guys putting in the work to learn as much as you can. And I encourage you, if you haven't joined a weekly challenge, please do so, because they're a lot of fun and we learn a lot through the process. And if you're not a part of the Discord community, the link is in the description, and we're all just learning and creating and growing together. But without further ado, I got 5 winners to show you guys. So let me pull up this folder and start opening some images here. So the first winner we have, which was actually the first submission, was Little Abraham with this photo here. I think this is awesome. First off, you got the film grain, so that's nice. But there's a story. There's actually a story, and I think this has the most story out of all of the renders. This says so much with so little. Someone's drowning, and you got the boat in the background with these people. All right, so it's like, do they know that this person's there? Did they leave this person? I got so many questions. I think it's cool. I think this is a really, really good job. Little Abraham, you did a really good job with this. Now, of course, bevel your dang edges here, dude. Look at this. What is this temp? It's not even textured. But your silhouette and your story are really nice. If I squint my eyes, I can see what's going on. I can tell what's going on. So congratulations, Little Abraham. You are a challenge winner this week, and you get the role of challenge winner this week. You're gonna have to hold on to it if you want to keep it, because next week, we got another pair of, I guess, another 5 winners, right? So keep it up. Next up, we have Ice Cream Paint Job, and you're always putting out really nice stuff. This is inspired by a Disturbed, I think, album cover, possibly. But I dig this a whole lot, dude. Your render quality is always incredible. I don't know how you're doing the fire. Please tell me how you're doing the fire, because it's really good. The render on your police car is incredible. Just the render quality altogether is really nice. You have the film grain going. It always looks like an image captured from a camera. But if I squint my eyes, I am seeing a silhouette here. This is super creepy, and you have a story. This dude is TO'd at the least, and he is staking his claim on top of this cop car. NYPD, it looks like. There's some mayhem going down in the streets. So, dude, Ice Cream Paint Job, once again, winning it. Dude, you probably won the most weekly challenges. Just super solid, man. Super, super solid. Really dig it. Next up, we have another police render. This is Paul 1990 with this render here. And now, the render quality, not as good as Ice Cream Paint Job's, but you got the silhouettes down and you got the story down. That was the point of this whole thing, right? So it looks like you have a body down here, dead body perhaps, because you have that classic police. It looks like there's a couple little clues here. There's a food box and a dead body. You have a cop here. I can tell the silhouette. He's got the waistband. That's all from the silhouette, right? You have this guy he's pointing fingers. He's saying someone went over there. He's talking with this cop here. And then you have, it's hard to tell if this guy's a police officer or just a pedestrian. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure on that. But he's scoping the scene. He's checking this stuff out. And you have the cop car, which is providing you the silhouette. The fog is helping a lot too. Now, you could definitely up your render quality. You can keep working on this. It's very temp. Your lighting is not bad. You have rain dropping straight down. I suggest you angle it just a little bit. Also, it looks like you have another clue here. And this is what I was talking about with the teapot, right? So I rotated the teapot to get the best silhouette to describe what the thing is. In this case, you need to rotate your clue thingy so that we can tell what it is, like you did with this and like you did with this. I just need to see it with this. All right. Total, cop car silhouette here. It's floating in the background, but again, it looks like you busted this out pretty quick. Spending more time on this if you wanted to take it to the next level. You would need to spend more time if you wanted to consider this a final image, but this is super solid, very solid. All right. So next up, we have sharp aluminum flavor with this image here, winning yet again another challenge. Dude, this is awesome. I love this. Love the industrial feel, the industrial vibes. You got a silhouette situation here. It looks like you got some painterly kind of effects on it, which I like. But you have a meeting between these two characters, and it's feels ominous to me. It feels ominous. Like this guy up here feels super ominous. And it looks like he's delivering something. Don't quite know what, but these guys are certainly having a serious meeting. And I love it, dude. Really, really great stuff. Great silhouette, great storytelling, great quality. Love your colors, love your render quality. You rock, man. Sharp aluminum flavor. You get the challenge. A lot of words. You get the challenge winner role for this week. And Paul 1990, yeah, you get it too. Everybody's putting out great work. Hang on to those challenge winner roles, guys, so that you can stay on the top. Basically, in the Discord server, if you look to the right, you'll see the winners right there up at the top. Obviously, underneath the moderators and myself. But you guys, if you win these things, the whole server will know. And we got 4,000 plus members, and it's growing constantly. So keep it up. Last, we have Skooka with this image here, right? I'm looking for silhouettes and I'm looking for story, and you got both, all right? You have a sad, crestfallen knight checking on his, probably a good friend of his. He's got the face palm thing going. He's feeling bad. He is distraught, not having a good day. He's had better days. His buddy was totally knocked out by the arrows here. I can tell exactly what's going on. I can tell what's going on because of the body language, because of the silhouette, the way that you framed it. Okay, if I squint my eyes and you made this black and white, I could tell what's happening, which is huge in animation. It's actually something that I learned in Animators React. Right, we had a Simpsons animator come onto the show, and he talked to us about clarity and how basically if you made the foreground one color and the background another color, you should be able to tell exactly what's going on because of the silhouette, right? And you have that here. And that's what I was basing all these other ones off of. So I think this is really nice. Really, really good. Again, your render quality could be improved. Low poly nights here in the foreground. The trees look a little small compared to the background. I don't know what the background is. These firefly thingies, not quite sure what's going on there. Air particles are just a little big. Your lens flare is really intense. You have like a really intense glare coming off of this guy. So this could be cleaned up, no doubt, but you're a winner this week, dude. You are a winner. So Skooka, be proud. You're getting the challenge winner role this week. I think it's awesome. Congratulations to the 5 of you guys for getting the silhouette prompt down and getting the storytelling aspect down. That was big, all right? And you guys did it, so congratulations. Now, that brings us to this week's weekly challenge. And I already figured it out. Usually I'm just throwing it to the chat and throwing it to you guys. asking you what y'all want to do. But in this case, I'm challenging all of you to make your own looping animation, all right? It's going to be hard, all right? It's going to be hard. You're going to put some work into it. But there's a ton of tutorials online. I've been following them myself, okay? So what I can do is under resources in the Discord server, post a couple of the resources that I have been watching to, you know, they got me to this point here in Cinema 4D. It was able to help me with this. Now they are Cinema 4D tutorials, but I'm sure you can learn a whole bunch. Look it up in Blender, man. There's a ton of stuff, ton of resources for you guys on this topic. But what you need to do is come up with a looping animation, okay? Post it in the challenge submissions channel on the Discord server by this time next week, all right? Usually it's 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time next week, so I can review it beforehand, choose the winners beforehand, and yeah, I think I want to start figuring out more prizes, because I got a lot of VFX friends who, you know, sell digital assets and everything, like at the Grayscale Gorilla guys, the action VFX guys. We can maybe start hitting them up and having them sponsor some of the challenges. But yeah, you guys heard it. Get ready to get down. And again, big thanks to this episode's sponsor, Parsec. Parsec is a way for you guys to remote in to any other computer. It doesn't matter how powerful. You can remote into that computer with zero latency, zero lag, and basically get in there and just start working on another computer. You can get renders out double time, basically. I've been parsecing in from home to my work computer at Corridor in order to finish tactical 3 loads, and it was possible, literally possible, because of Parsec. I was using the program beforehand. They hit me up asking if they could sponsor a video. Heck yeah, dude. So go check out Parsec. There's a link down here. They just came out with Warp. It's got tablet configuration, 444 color mode, and what else? What else is 444 color? The tablet and dual monitors, y'all. Dual monitors, $10 a month, $100 a year. Go check it out. I mean, the standalone, not the standalone, but just Parsec on its own is free. But if you want the dual monitor, the tablet, and the 444 color mode, $10 a month. So shout outs, y'all. Shout outs. Good times, guys. I will catch you next Saturday. Same place, same time. Get those looping animations going. All right? I'm going to be working on mine. So I'll see you working on yours.